reading of what they called contravention bills. Those items, about 10 items in that bill, the contravention was issued to us by FHA under the signature of the national chairman of FHA. And we have started responding. We have the copy of the contravention with us. We have the copy of receipts of payment made to the federal government, to the single treasury account of FHA. All of a sudden, we were visited with the sad news of rolling in the bulldozers again on a Friday evening. About 2 weeks ago or a week ago.
Let me come in there. Let me come in right there.
Started indiscriminately.
Okay, we'll get to that. Let me come in there. Let's get quickly to Frank Chete, who is a lawyer, to help us make sense of this, because there is information giving, there is taking, and then there is sense making. You are a lawyer, Frank. It's looking really complicated now. What options are there for these affected residents now? What lawsuits can they pursue or legal actions can they take? This is the government that's involved, remember?
Why are we talking about...
Maybe we should even start with the legality of the action.
Because you can't... no, in this case, the respected chief is talking about
FHA.
Federal Housing Authority. So it's a federal government agency.
Right.
But again, why should we put our citizens to such undue hardship, just the same way Peter Obi has echoed? Wait a minute. It is the right of every Nigerian to own a house first in any part of this country. That must be established. Again, Nigeria is a signatory to a very important law that is also reflected in Chapter 2 of our Constitution, which gives the right to housing to every citizen. Now, meaning that the country, the government, is commensurably looking at the kind of resources that this country has had from its independence. Barring corruption, this country is able to provide a house for every one Nigerian out of the 200 million plus Nigerians. Now, this is a country that has a certain figure of 17 million plus housing deficit. Government hasn't been able to provide houses for people. The Federal Housing Authority that is being referred to here has failed woefully in providing houses for the teeming population of Nigerians. Probably it does that for the persons who have corruptly enriched themselves from government coffers. It doesn't care about citizens, the ordinary citizens. And it failed. We have successive governments, including this ones, that the governments, I would say in plural, that haven't been able to provide housing for these citizens. Now, if a Nigerian citizen is able to provide a house for himself, and considering that there is supposed to be a government official that is responsible for monitoring development, issues of urban development, they've stayed away. They turned a blind eye for all these years. And these Nigerians provided houses for themselves. And then nobody told them that you are building on the wrong land. In fact, some of them got approvals to build. And then after staying there for 10 years, building houses that they probably labored for 20, 30 years to build, then you wake up one morning on the basis of one notice and the other, and you demolish that house. That is criminal in the first place. And again, that is most insensitive. Expectedly, and again, like Chief Imoyawu has mentioned, probably you are able to prove that the building, the erection of the building was illegal. But you have to give what we call sufficient notice, because and such notice, when you talk about sufficient notice, should consider the issue of compensation or relocation, or even time for the man to be able to gather resources to relocate himself. A house that took somebody 30 years to build, you should be able to give at least 10 years of notice to say, please relocate. Frank, now there is this...
Yeah, Frank, sorry to cut your train of thought there. But the danger of the ethnic coloration
is very dangerous.
How dangerous is it?
It is very dangerous.
When you hear Ohanaeze and Ndigbo say say to Ndigbo in Lagos, look, it's time to begin to look towards home to invest?
I learned from Professor Odi
How should
Kalu
the president,
that people
Tinubu,
should learn to listen to what is not spoken. What is
Right.
not spoken here, right? When people speak, listen to what is not spoken. What is not spoken here is that it is retribution day for a certain ethnic group. Of course, Chief Enweyanwu speaks for that ethnic group, in the sense that the earthquake, the cataclysmic political earthquake that visited Lagos State in the last election is so fresh in the minds of the political players, those who control political power at this time,
Right.
that they couldn't even wait for a year or to give proper notice, but to actually clip the wings and the presence of the Igbo ethnic nationality in Lagos State. You should be able to, disabuse the mind of Nigerians when you follow proper order. Now the idea is this: it becomes a targeted eviction of a certain ethnic group, and becomes worrisome for a country that claims to be a federation.
No, Frank.
And that's the reason. That's the exact thing that Chief Enweyanwu and Peter Obi are not saying.
Okay,
They should say
Frank.
plainly that the Igbo ethnic extraction is being targeted right now in Lagos State, and in that case, only the president must, as a matter of urgency, intervene.
In that case, very, very well. Now, we'll get back to Chief Onye, but I don't want us to lose track of what's even most important here. What can the affected people do immediately?
In Nigeria, it's difficult for them to do anything. What should happen is that it shouldn't even be done in the first place.
Frank,
Why should
hold
people
on.
be constantly under harassment by government that is supposed to protect them? Why?
Hold on, Frank. We do understand you're passionate about this. Imagine how more passionate Henry Arinzechi would be. That question really should go to him. Tolu, you have a point to raise with him. Go ahead.
Henry, the deed has been done, but then we're just looking at how to mend the damage. So, when issues like these come up against the government, there's very little you can do. So, what are your suggestions to the affected people, the affected residents? What can they do immediately?
What are you asking for?
My brother, we are homeless. I want you to know that we are homeless. Some people are now in the hospital because of the trauma. Do you know that some of us were given only 1 hour in the wee hours of the night to vacate our houses? And if you refuse, they will throw tear gas in your room, in your houses. They don't even want to know whether there are newborn babies in that house. My windscreen, the windscreen of my car got broken, and I had a black eye because I asked them, why should they be here by this time? To be honest, if you are asking me what to do, I am totally confused, because in this state, I cannot suggest of anything. We are homeless. People are, I want you to also know that there are another dimension to this matter. There are land racketeering in Lagos FHA here. I don't see the reason why a contravention bill will be issued to us and we are responding. We are paying. As I am talking to you, I have receipt of payments I made. I have contravention issued to us. But the Lagos FHA here turned a deaf ear when we are telling them that we have contravention. What they told us is that the contravention was not issued in our name. But we have a lawyer who is interfacing for us, and that lawyer, the contravention was issued to us through the lawyer. And they are telling us that that contravention is unacceptable to them. The Lagos FHA, they are breaking those houses to give it to other people that may have paid, or people they want to reallot the land to. They are claiming that those people had that allocation donkey years ago. They have never proven that. They came with the guys that they are creating the road, but in one of the meetings that we had, they told us that it is when they are ready to do that road, they will come and tell us that they are ready and they will remove the buildings that are on the road. But they entered the street and was pulling down buildings that are people are living in. Considering the condition of Nigeria today, the hardship and the housing deficit we have in this country today, I didn't know that human being can be that callous. I don't know that human being can be that wicked.
Yeah, Mr. Arinzechi, what are you asking for now? What do you expect from the governor of Lagos State, Governor Sanwo-Olu, since those who carried out this unfortunate action say was based on orders from above? And what are you asking from Mr. President, President Tinubu, because Ohanaeze Ndigbo chairman Emmanuel Iwanyanwu has said, look, Tinubu has to intervene here.
I believe from my own observation, Lagos State is not involved in that demolition. In fact, it was solely done by FHA. And FHA Lagos, the Zona Southwest FHA Lagos, done that. I don't think that it is good that we'll be taking it to Lagos State. They told me in point blank that they, FHA, contracted the Lagos State Task Force to do it. So where we'll be going to now is to our president. We are appealing to President Tinubu in his magnanimity to show us mercy, set an inquiry into what exactly happened, because I know that I don't want to believe that he knew about what happened. We went through the National Assembly to stop this on Wednesday. They assured us they have stopped it. That same Wednesday, they did demolition that day. They did on Thursday. They did on Friday before they left, until they left. So, and when we inquire, they told us that this is coming from the presidency. I don't believe that Tinubu, our president, will do such thing, because I know that he is a very nice man. He cannot be privy to that kind of attitude that will send families to the streets.
Right.
So many of us are living out of the street now. On the street now, we are living on the street because of this. What I am asking of our president, that in his magnanimity, he should set up an inquiry that will delve into the depths of what really happened in this matter. And at the same time, I want to plead.
Frank,
Chief Iwanyanwu has said stop, not just stop.
Yeah,
you look at the Nigerian citizen begging his president for mercy, when he's supposed to be talking about his constitutional right to own land in any part of the country. He's begging president for mercy. That's the Nigerian citizen.
Frank,
what a shame.
He's talking about land racketeering and the issue.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. This is a very, very, very sad video to watch. When I watched it earlier on, I was so down. Anyway, I salute every one of you right there. Thank you very much for your time with us. We're going to move on. I just wanted to start with this first. Good evening to you, mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do for us. We appreciate you. Bryce Strasser, I can see you right there. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Amaka Fojobi, thank you very much. Obiajulo, thank you. Thank you, James Mark, Don Fade. Thank you very much, CXL, and many others right there. I'm going to showcase more names later on once the other videos are playing. But I just wanted to come in quickly. As you all know, like I normally say in Nigeria, because it's not affecting you directly, in most cases, we normally say, it not concern me. Yes, it's none of my business, it not concern me and all that. Look what is currently going on right now in Nigeria, in Lagos. Before, they said it was because of the flood, right? That's why they were demolition. Now we are hearing a different news right now that no, it's not because of the flood. This man now talking is one of the victims that were affected, saying that it's not even the Lagos state government that were doing it. So now we all are confused. The same man is saying that Tinubu is a good man, he's a nice man and all that. We are confused right now. We are not sure, who to hold accountable for what is currently going on right now. But meanwhile, Peter Obi came out, he have said something about this, but some of our Igbo brothers have also responded to Mr. Peter Obi, but I'm not sure in a good way. But I would like us to listen to this video quickly, then I'll come back to you guys shortly. God bless every one of you.
You're welcome to this conversation. Peter B has condemned the destruction of demolition of buildings in Lagos. He said that this is not the right time, looking at the suffering that Nigerians are going through. This is not the right time to start demolishing buildings. What's your take?
He's being economical with his word. What he's saying is, if you ask me, because he manages a lot, B2B is a management expert. That's why he's missing. He's just trying to manage his word well, diplomatically. In time of hunger, in time of plenty, when there is enough and more than surplus, there is no reason whatsoever. There is no legitimacy whatsoever behind demolition of Igbo's building in Lagos. Obi should come out and say the truth. The buildings that are being demolished are owned by the Igbos at Abulodo First Stack area of Lagos. The buildings that were being demolished were at the axis of Alaba, where the Igbo businessmen. I listen to me. So don't come to, the whole world and start missing your word, managing the truth. We don't need to manage the truth. We need to let the truth be, so that people should understand the truth. The owners of those buildings, are they the Eguns? The owners of those buildings, are they the Ware, Urebo, Soko, Efikibibio? The owners of those buildings, are they Yoruba House of Fulani? The owners of those buildings are the Igbo business magnates. They are the one that is receiving losses at the end. I listen to me. Obi should start saying the truth now. That's why Obi allowed Tinubu to hijack his mandate. He has not done anything. Till today, Obi is sleeping and sleeping and sleeping. We wasted our time on the sun. Obi keeps on being diplomatic, management expert. He manages money, manages Fidelity Bank. He's now trying to manage the truth. Jesus, the way, the truth, and the life. You can't manage the truth of God. That's Jesus, the Christ. He manages you. Jesus Christ manages the whole world. Obi can never manage the truth. Obi did wrong. Obi provoked me. Yes, and my contemporaries, other contemporaries that believe on the truth. Because we came out en mass on 25th February, exercised our civil rights in favor of Obi. Obi could not act. Obi could not react to rascalities of the judiciary that robbed him his mandate. Obi ended it up in Nigeria instead of going to ICC. Obi is calling Tinubu his senior brother, uncle, na lie. Tinubu has no link with Anambrans. He's not a senior brother, he's not an uncle. Neither is he among our kinsmen. See, let me tell you, we are nursing our pains, our injuries over the demolition of our buildings across Lagos State. There's no how we could be managing the truth. We should let the truth go and tell the world about itself.
Okay, let's look at House of Assembly. When Tinubu was about to present the budget, all the senators stood and they were singing, "On your mandate, we shall stand."
Yes, all the senators singing on your mandate, we shall stand, is because of the budget. I told you yesterday the budget was for salaries of the lawmakers. The bogus, the over gigantic budgets, so immense and colossal. Next year government expenditure is meant for payment of salaries of upper legislative chamber and the lower legislative chamber. So that's why they are singing on your mandate, which are what stand, because they are all thieves and fools.
The President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide, Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, on Thursday appealed to the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to intervene in the ongoing demolition of buildings in Lagos State, which he says affects a significant number of Igbo-owned properties in the state. Iwanyanwu made the appeal at a press conference in Abuja, where the Igbo Social-Cultural Group met with stakeholders to establish an Ohanaeze relief agency to support Igbo citizens in distress and other Nigerians in need of help. Nwanyanwu promised to meet with Sanwo-Olu to appeal for the suspension of the demolition exercise until all facts are cleared.
I've been watching with pens some children crying. I have seen a pathetic sight where children came back from school, their home is being demolished, they were crying, they were shedding tears. I was moved as a human being, as a father. I know what is. I come back and see my children crying because they are now, a few hours before they had a home, now they are homeless. It's a very painful thing. I'm investigating the matter. Any of our people who actually had a proper approval by the agency and whose home is being destroyed, Ohanaeze will stand by them to make sure that reparation is paid to them. And I pray if Tinubu take a position on this matter, this thing will change, because as a governor of Lagos State, we didn't have any problem. So I believe that will help.
Well, Ohanaeze has called on the president to weigh in on the matter, and I think he made a good point there, saying that this thing has been going on for years. I mean, we have heard from some citizens in Lagos saying that, they've been having conversations with the Lagos State government about their demolition, and now that is happening under a new administration, it is quite worrisome. But in the meantime, one of the affected victims, Henry Arinzechi, who is the chairman of King's Royal Estate in Festac, has claimed that his home was demolished by the Zonal Southwest FHA Lagos and not by the Lagos State government. Arinzechi made the claim on our nightly news program, Newsnight. He further alleged that the FHA is involved in racketeering for the purpose of allocating land to the highest bidder, and called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to weigh in on the matter.
We are homeless. Some people are now in the hospital because of the trauma. Do you know that some of us were given only 1 hour in the wee hours of the night to vacate our houses? And if you refuse, they will throw tear gas in your room, in your houses. They don't even want to know whether there are newborn babies in that house. My windscreen, the windscreen of my car got broken, and I had a black eye because I asked them, why should they be here by this time? See, I want you to also know that there are another dimension to this matter. There are land racketeering in Lagos FHA here. I don't see the reason why a contravention bill will be issued to us and we are responding. We are paying. As I am talking to you, I have receipt of payments I made. I have contravention issued to us. But the Lagos FHA here turned a deaf ear. They are breaking those houses to give it to other people that may have paid, or people they want to reallot the land to. They are claiming that those people had that allocation donkey years ago. They have never proven that.
Arinzechi has brought another dimension to Lagos demolition. We've heard from, the Commissioner of Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab. He's talked about the fact that, those people that built houses built it in contravention of the laws. And, however, in the meantime, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, on Thursday faulted state governments carrying out demolition of buildings. Reacting through a now viral post on X, Obi said the demolition exercise is heaping more hardship on hapless citizens who are already battling with multi-dimensional poverty. The former Anambra State governor added that now is not the time to embark on a demolition spree, given the prevailing economic hardship across the country. His tweet reads in part, "Even if there were some violations, as the governments are claiming, this critical time is not auspicious for such an exercise, knowing the hardship in the land and the consequences it will have on the poor who are struggling to make ends meet with their little resources. The poor in our midst who are putting their meager resources are going through very severe financial stress that should not be multiplied further. In some cases, the properties being demolished are the lifetime savings and retirement abodes of the aged and incapacitated. My appeal, therefore, is for the respective governments involved in this act to consider the hardship in the country and try to put a human face to their action. While we should enforce sensible regulations, all actions of the government must show compassion. I do agree with Peter Obi on this score. The fact that, there is poverty in the land, I believe that, the government should show some compassion. Dr. Abati, I would like for you to weigh in on that gentleman who appeared on our nightly news program yesterday, where he accused the FHA of some sort of racketeering.
Well, before now, there was another gentleman whose story was reported, who said that 4 people died. His wife was in hospital. About 3 of his neighbors were already down with a stroke because their houses were demolished. I think this same FHA, housing estate. One thing that the gentleman whose story you reported today has brought is to clarify that it's not the Lagos State government demolishing houses in certain parts of Lagos State. That is the Federal Housing Authority, and that there was an existing contravention bill for which they have been paying. Then those houses were demolished in the dead of the night, with families asked to move within 1 hour, otherwise the houses will be demolished. Now, which then takes us to the point made by Mr. Peter Obi that these things should be done with a human face.
Yes.
At a time of serious hardship in the country, people cannot even feed themselves. The few who have managed to erect a building, you then go there and just pull it down. And what kind of blood flows in the veins of the man operating that caterpillar, for example? I mean, are these human beings? Okay, because you work for government and you can use government authority, you just go and practically kill other human beings. All those people who have died as a result of their houses being demolished, all those people who have ended up with a heart attack or stroke or are in hospital, I mean, that's putting additional burden on people at a time of great hardship. And that, I think, is the point that Mr. Obi is making, that there should be a human face. Government should be considerate. Even if you are going to demolish, at least make sure that it's an extreme situation that cannot be helped, and perhaps look at the timing. And it was referring generally to all state governments, including the federal government. Now, the point made by Chief Emmanuel Nwanyawu is also more or less the same thing. And he is saying that he will approach Governor Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State to ensure, that people's houses are just not pulled down indiscriminately. But he made the point, again, like Mr. Peter Obi, that pulling down people's houses should not be the priority at this time of hardship and austerity and difficulty. And that in any case, if people disobey the law, he understands. And he doesn't believe that many of the affected persons disobey the law, but that he expects people to respect the laws, and which is another major point that he has made there. So if you combine the two statements, in enforcing the law, you must also, have a human face, particularly in circumstances like this. He went as far as saying, Ohanaeze Ndigbo is going to create a trust fund for Igbos in distress and others too, who may require help. But if you look at the 3 speakers, they point again to a certain suspicion among many people, and that we have seen in the comments.
Yes.
Namely, although this has not been proven, that people of a particular ethnic stock are the ones being targeted in these demolitions. Now, that then makes it also a very sensitive matter, and government must look into it and make sure that there is proper education, there is proper investigation, and there is truly, a human face to all of this. You can feel for them. The gentleman that was on the program the other day, he said he lost a house of 300 million. Where is he going to start from? This gentleman also has brought a similar Jeremiah, a story of woe and mystery about their plight. So these are the different dimensions to it. But the bottom line is that, well, laws exist to be obeyed. Citizens must obey laws. And even when you want to enforce the laws, at least have some human feeling and respect the rights of the individuals involved.
Absolutely. Now, it was Henry. Mr. Henry was talking about the fact that it is now the FHA. I mean, we've known that the FHA was involved, but he apparently has said that he was in communication with the FHA for about 2 years, and they've been paying some contravention bill and they've been negotiating, they've been in dialogue, and he doesn't understand the reason why one evening they came in and demolished his home. It's a lot of issues here that we are dealing with, Rufai.
So I think, Mr. Henry, and I feel very sad for those their homes are demolished. I think Mr. Henry should make public those correspondence with the FHA and the money they've been
he actually
paying.
did say that he had the documents right there on Newsnight.
If those buildings had violated laws, maybe they were built on canals or something.
They were built on roads, he claims, yes.
I think it's the corruption in government we should look at.
Yes, at this point.
So how do those, in the case of the buildings built on canal, how did they even get there in the first place? How did they get there in the first place? Who were those that collected the monies? I think the government too should be able to investigate. Because in all of this, the government too is also complicit. You cannot say your officials had been going around in circles for corruption and you can't bring them to book. Because buildings just spring up. People will have gotten some clearance from some government authority because buildings like this can spring up on places that they ought not to be. Yeah. So I think the government should also investigate its own part in all of this.
Yes.
And the sad reality is also when you now extrapolate to make the argument the government is making, yes, it's very sad to demolish homes, but do you know the dire consequence of not now demolishing the homes when you have drainage and flooding that can even kill more people?
So this Arinze's issue,
Yeah.
he says it is not the Lagos state government.
I know.
This is not the
So,
issue
anyway,
of the water drainage and all
now.
of that. Okay.
I'm talking in general terms now. Because I remember in Anambra State many years ago when Peter Obi was governor, there was a wall that was impeding the road, and I think he demolished it, I remember. So there are also building code that will be respected, but when you look at it critically, with the corruption that went on in the first place, when you know these buildings are violating, roads or where were laid down, and no government authorities spoke up in the first place. So that corruption should be tackled, and all the monies that they were giving to people.
Absolutely, I agree with
also, please, and we must not just sweep this under the carpet because that racketeering is still going on.
This is the main point. We need to investigate the racketeering as claimed by Mr. Henry. Well, in another development, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike on Thursday, said plans are on the way to spend 15 billion naira for the construction of a new residence for the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. Wike disclosed this when he appeared before a House of Representatives committee to defend the FCT.
My people, I guess so now the year, right? Upon the suffering, the hardship in the country, the federal government, Nigerian government is about to spend 15 billion naira to build a magnificent building, mansion for the vice president. You see, your pains, your situation that you are facing, the situation that the country is currently facing is not affecting the federal government. They are not interested. You know why? Because the same years Wike came out the other day that Nigerians are happy with Tinubu's government. That's it. Everybody have to believe that because the way it looks like, it really looks like Nigerians are very, very happy with Tinubu's government. Let's move on.
The 61.5 billion naira 2023 supplementary budget. Wike told the lawmakers that the construction of a new residence for the vice president was approved in 2010 by the Federal Executive Council at the cost of 7 billion naira, but that the project was abandoned. The lawmakers questioned the minister on why he plans to spend such an amount on a building or building an edifice for the vice president. Well, Wike said that it was to give the vice president a befitting residence. All right. I mean, this is it. This is what we are facing.
Now, here now, Wike were asked, why do you want to spend 50 billion naira for the vice president's mansion? He said he needs to give the vice president a befitting burial. Sorry, a befitting what again? Not a burial. I know that more hear that one again.
A befitting residents. All right. I mean, this is it. This is what we are facing. This is what we are facing. 15 billion naira for the residents of the vice president. Let me just read something. Back in November, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had signed, the 2.17 trillion supplementary budget into law. And in that Appropriation Act, the federal government allocated 2.5 billion naira to the renovation of the Aguda House as the vice president's residence. Another 3 billion was earmarked in the 2023 supplementary budget for the renovation of the vice president's residence in Lagos. The government also earmarked 4 billion for the refurbishing of the presidential residential quarters and an additional 4 billion for the construction of an office complex within the state. I mean, Dr. Abati, please, you have been around the government. 15 billion naira, is that what we should be spending? I mean, why is it important to build a new residence, not refurbish, not renovate, build a new residence for the vice president? He does have a place to live.
I think we keep making this point again and again, that many of our leaders in positions are not sensitive to the feelings of Nigerians. The way Mr. Wike was reported as stated in the newspapers, I mean, many Nigerians will feel scandalized.
Absolutely.
Because the point is, the Nigerian government is always telling us to make sacrifices, But we don't see our leaders making enough sacrifice. Look at the National Assembly members in considering the appropriation bill that has now been brought by the president. They are more interested in constituency projects, how palliatives can be handed over to them to execute. So this is part of the problem. And we keep getting the kind of wrong signaling. Now this publicity, what is it? Placement of adverts? How will publicity be used to make more money?
Yes, now.
So these are the kind of expenditures that people are worried about, and our public officials should just be sensitive to the feelings of Nigerians.
It's to pepper his enemies now. Can't you remember when he said we've given some people newspaper, we didn't give some people? It's to pepper us his enemies now. Oji, all I'm just going to say is, if we are sensible, if our leaders are sensible, you better cancel that 15 billion and cancel that money to be spent on renovation.
Correct.
Number 10 Downing Street, the British economy is way bigger than ours. Number 10 Downing Street is 339 years old house. That's where every world leader goes to visit the British. Guess what some prime ministers complain about number 10 Downing? It's too small. But they dare not say they want to go and build new prime minister's house.
Talk of bringing out 15 billion.
Talk of building 15 billion. Oji, that house you are seeing is 339 years old. It was started in 1682. It was completed in 1684. These guys don't care. They are wobbia. Eat. Nigeria. May God not allow them eat this country to do.
I mean, Rufai, thank you for bringing out that fact.
What is wisdom is that if you work at the altar, you can eat at the altar, but don't eat the altar itself.
This one will eat the altar.
Absolutely.
They want to eat Nigeria.
All right. Well,
all right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Thanks for your time with us. We have some articles to present for you as well. But before that, we have this 2 minutes video of the Nigerian government. Rather, let me be specific. Nigeria Army, military are calling out for the uncomfortable situation by Simon Ekpa. And according to their word, that Simon Ekpa is a menace to the country. I would like us to listen to this, although the short video were uploaded on our channel earlier on. I believe many of you have seen it, but we're going to replay since it's part of the topic that we have for you all today. But I'm going to post out a link now for those of you that want to join this broadcast today. Please click on the link, join us here, and let's talk about the things that's affecting you and I. That's the link right there. Click on it and let's do this together, people. I appreciate every one of you. But before that, let's quickly listen to Samuel Ekpa right here. Sorry. Yes, we'll also listen to Samuel Ekpa anyway, but let's listen to what the Nigerian military have to say. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. But please press on the like button and help us to share. Now God bless you now. I can see you already, Madam Rita. Thank you so much. To Nigeria, I never see you. You know, you locked everywhere. Everywhere is locked. So I have to see you. Thank you very much. But meanwhile, let's take this one quickly here.
Chiefs are accusing the judiciary of frustrating the fight against terrorism by releasing Boko Haram suspects. They made the comments when they appeared before the House of Representatives. They also spoke on various issues, including unrest in the Southeast and the welfare of men and officers. Let's take a listen to this report.
After the House refused to attend to representatives sent by the service chiefs last week, top officers are here following the directive of the Green Chambers. Wide range of issues affecting the country were raised by the security chiefs. Chief of Defense Staff set the ball rolling by accusing the self-acclaimed Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa, of sabotaging security agents in the Southeast. General Christopher Musa accuses Ekpa of sabotaging security agents in the Southeast. General Musa disclosed this when he led other service chiefs and Inspector General of Police to appear before the House of Representatives at the commencement of the sectoral debate.
One basic area we're looking at is this issue of the Southeast. Simon Ekpa. So this individual has become a menace to this country.
Order.
Samuel Ekpa has become a menace to this country. So the country must act on it diplomatically. Finland is having a free way, encouraging him to do what he's doing. By his utterances and his actions, he's affecting what is happening in Nigeria. We should never allow that, sir. So I think our foreign service need to step in to address such issues. It's either we invite the ambassador or somebody, they must explain why they are protecting him. And he's doing us more harm because by his utterances, a lot of people are being killed. We cannot sit back and just keep quiet.
The general also chides the judiciary for releasing Boko Haram suspects after being arrested by the military.
Another aspect of the judiciary is this. You do all your efforts, you make an arrest, you hand over before the man is released on bail. Now you have risked yourself in doing that. By the time he's released, he goes to tell the people who you are, and then your family members or you are at risk. So it gets to a stage where the security forces are not even willing to do it, because once you get an arrest, the person is released. We have the issue in the South. A lot of the ships the other ship that was arrested 10 years ago. It was arrested, it was handed over, the ship went and changed its name, changed its color, and came back again. 10 years later, we arrested the same ship. And by the time you hand over the ship, before you know it, it's released.
Nigeria military say, when they don't put all effort to arrest somebody, the next thing, you go see say the person dey street again. He said Nigeria judiciary go release them. Now, their lives will be in danger. Kai, what a country. Now, Nigeria military, they talk so. Head of Nigeria military, if I'm not mistaken, not be they talk to. You know, they cry so say, we go put effort to arrest somebody. Judiciary go put effort to release them. Now our life will not be in danger. Aye, wahala just for everywhere for that country, Nigeria. Kai. Meanwhile, you know, since morning, there's this video of Samuel Ekpa that is currently trendy. Let's replay on this 30 seconds video.
So wouldn't it be better if you went back home and did the political thing there?
You should know. You see, I learn from what happened to others. I don't want to put my life in danger because the country, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist. Any country that does not respect the rule of law doesn't exist.
You're scared you might be killed?
Not everybody. You know that. You can say that.
All right, that is Samuel Ekpa right there. You know, responded to the interview he did sometime a couple of months ago. But meanwhile, wait till you make me laugh, even though the situation is not funny. But for the Nigerian army to come out to cry that they will arrest somebody, we free them. Ah, God. Oh, wow.
Nigeria watch. Who they collect the money, they not be part and parcel of the corruption.
Kai, the country is messed up, man. How can the whole military cry, come and say we go arrest somebody, judiciary go release them? Our life will not be at risk. Kai, if If military say their life they are at risk, who can be you when your life not dey risk? Tell me.
And this type of talk is kind of stuff that can lead to coups, because when or military start getting frustrated that the civilian system seems to be so corrupt that it's even endangering their own lives, then you start having problems, because then they will start seeing the institutions as a danger to
But
the
their
state.
life has been endangered for decades in Nigeria.
It's because they are bribing them now.
Military men that loses their lives every day.
The generals are being bribed by the politicians, and they centralize them, so they are accepting it. But what he's saying is a form of frustration. If you look at junior officers that are paying with their lives, they are not going to be happy with this kind of
Mr. Naija, watch.
Yes.
Can I interpret what that military man said?
But I never finished my presentation. No.
I'll give you the hint so that you go know where did they go.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought I was saying something. This bugger just decided to.
Sorry, I just intercepted.
What's wrong with you?
Sorry. See, this same language that this man just spoke has been spoken before. What he's trying to say is that their life is in danger. It's not the entire military. The junior ranking officers of the military are complaining of the situation we have in the country right now. There's a dispute in the military right now.
You will analyze it proper later, bros.
Okay.
Let me just finish my presentation so we can take it from here. Thank you very much, everyone. I can see Abdul Malik. Please on your camera to see who is behind Abdul Malik. Please. Abdul Malik, on your camera, please. When you are ready to do that, we need to see who is behind that name. But meanwhile, let's quickly take on what Obasanjo have to say here. Okay, that is Obasanjo right there. Let's quickly take this one together, my people. One moment. Let me remove these distractions here. Okay, that's Obasanjo talking right there, saying that Nigerians' younger generation will never get power unless it is positively disruptive. Now only we go understand that English, go understand, though. Some of us understand, but me not go interpret anything, no. Wait till Obasanjo to make I read that for them again. Obasanjo say Nigeria's younger generation will never get power unless it is positively disruptive. Then he went on. Let me read this. Nigerian younger generation should be positively disruptive to get power now, but not through violence. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo said on Thursday, he said whether in the military or in the private sector, leadership is very important, adding that the younger generation will never get power if they do not get it now. The youth, he advised, should run for elections in Nigeria and must not say they are not too young to run at 55. Unquote. If you can't run, what time do you have to run? When you go run, judiciary go take over. Anyway, let's move on. You have to be positively disruptive, but not through violence. If they call you leaders of tomorrow, don't accept it. If you don't get it now, you will never get it. How do you need to make those to make uncomfortable, uncomfortable, to make those uncomfortable? Okay, that's the solution. He said, if you listen to what Obasanjo is saying here, for me, Obasanjo is talking in riddles. Yes, he's talking in riddles, but it's up to anybody to digest it. Baba Ahmed come talk that he talks in riddles as well, but now nobody understand what is happening. But that's fine. I'd like us to quickly move on because I have other things to present to you guys. Okay, Abdul, I can see you already. Finally, Abdul Malik, how are you doing, sir? Please unmute yourself. You are muted. Abdul Malik, you are muted. You'll be trying, ladies and gentlemen, Abdul Malik have been trying to join this broadcast for the past 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. For the first time, only today, don't feel hater. If he call on the camera, if you on, if he join, we don't feel Adam. If you don't notice, I don't they complain, I don't feel Adam. This is the first time, but the camera does still stay one place now. Abdul Malik now. You dey hear what they talk, so unmute yourself. Okay, you are not hearing me. Okay, all right. Maybe this one go before we they hear you. Maybe that one still take another 6 months. Who knows? But let's take it from. Let's quickly move on, my people. Thank you very much, my people. Please bear with me, and let's do this together. Okay, I have another article here that I want us to take quickly. Don't worry, we are done with all videos, but I need to take very, very important articles here together. Okay. There's another article that is currently trending right now, that the budget that Tinubu presented was an empty box. How is that even possible?
Hello?
Abdul, can you hear me? Abdul, this is disruptive. You know, like this your network, the BS they get is disruptive. We cannot wait. Please, don't speak for now. Let me finish my presentation, Abdul, please. You know. Okay, let me put on the backstage for now so that the disruption can stop. All right, let me quickly go on with this, my people. As you can see, what we have there on screen for you. This one surprised me. You know, Tinubu deceived us by presenting an empty box. Honorable Galambi exposed alleged budget fraud by Tinubu. Now, wow. Honorable Yusuf Chitu Galambi of the NNPP accused Bola Tinubu of presenting an empty appropriation bill to the National Assembly for the 2024 fiscal year. Okay, Galambi, who spoke to BBC Aunsa, claimed that what Tinubu presented were empty papers for the photo ops, indicating a lack of sectorial allocation breakdown, particularly for crucial areas like education and health. According to Galambi, the supposed sectorial allocation breakdown dropped by the Tinubu was nothing but an empty box. He criticized the leadership of the National Assembly, alleging complicity in covering up for the executive, questioning why they should deliberately connive with the executive to deceive the plenary. Fabio. Okay, Galambi challenged anyone doubting the claims, stating, if anyone believes they are lying against Tinubu, let him produce a copy of the detailed sectoral allocation. He emphasized the need for transparency, stating that they are still awaiting the details of the sectoral allocation to begin deliberations. All right, now so we see that one. Oh, this one is currently circulating as we speak. Not the way they're not see for Nigeria. I mean, not the surprise again when we see all this kind of thing, say this one, say. I know they're too surprised again. But meanwhile, we have another reaction here that I'd like us to quickly take. This one is a bit strong, but let's take it together. As you can see right there, Nigerian Supreme Court committed supreme scandal. Chidi Odinkalu. Okay, let's quickly see if we can take one or two paragraphs here. Odinkalu said this on Thursday while reacting to the controversies trailing the Apex Court failure to release the certificate true copy CTC of its judgment on Obi's case. After over a month, it dismissed the appeal of Obi Atiku Abubakar of the People Democratic Party, PDP, for lacking in merit. The former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, has described the Supreme Court's failure to present a documented judgment on the appeal of the Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections, Mr. Peter Obi, as a supreme scandal and height of judicial malefaction. Odinkalu said this on Thursday while reacting to the controversies trailing the Apex courts. Okay, let's look for his quotes, rather repeating ourselves here. Okay, I have one of his quotes here. Let me just take one or two paragraphs. One paragraph will be good. Okay, reacting to the controversies on his former Twitter, Odikalo said, unquote, I don't know why people are speculating about the Supreme Court and the CTC in Peter Obi's case. The fact is clear that Supreme Court does not have a judgment in the case. That is a supreme scandal. What I get from reading this is simply that Supreme Court advised that the case of Peter Obi would abide by the judgment in the case of Atiku in order deliberately to avoid going on record about inconvenience issues. If so, what would be the height of judicial malefaction? Okay, I'll leave it right there. You see, there's a lot of accusation going on here. I believe I still have one more to go. Bear with me, my people. Just one more to go. Then we'll quickly take reactions and see what others have to say outside our own broadcast, our own channel. Okay, let me quickly bring this here. I bet make una press on the like button, my people. I never pay attention to that one since. You know, help us to press on the like button and let's do this together. Okay, I think I have another here. Okay, is that all? Okay, yeah, I have one more here. Good. Now why? Not too easy like that. Okay, let's take this, guys. Let's take this. Please help us to press on the like button. And God bless every one of you right there. Okay, as you can see, votes only can't guarantee victory in election. You need to play by rules of the game. Dogua. Now you talk this one. Mokna get time because this is reality of Nigeria, what we all are facing. Votes only can't guarantee victory in election. You need to play by the rules of the game. Yes, former majority leader of the House of Representatives, Ado Dogua, has said that prevailing in an election extent beyond mere vote count adheres to the established rules in equally crucial. Speaking on Wednesday during an interview on Channels Television, Dogua addressed the current dispute enveloping the 2023 elections in Kano. He emphasized that in a democratic context such as Nigeria, elections revolve around adherence to rules and regulations. Dogua added that the participating in an election within the framework of these rules is what ensures its freedom and fairness. Dogua said, unquote, for me, when you ask me about what is going on in Kano, the going on is unusual. Kano has always been progressive, proactive state in terms of politics and ideology. When it comes to issues of this nature, controversies are always the landmark of our own kind of politics, and everyone is entitled to his own opinion. What our people may fail to understand, or some of our people are lacking in understanding, is that elections, especially in democratic settings like one we are operating in Nigeria, is always about rules of the game. It's not about I won election. Jesus. This one, we'll keep this one where. Let me take that paragraph again, make I move on. What our people may fail to understand, or some of our people are lacking in understanding, is that elections, especially in a democratic settings like the one we are operating in Nigeria, is always about rules of the game. It's not just about I won election. You see, why Peter Obi was playing I won election, why Tinubu was playing rules of the game. Let me say it so. Voila. Anyway, let's move on, my people. That is all we have for you today. But I'd like to take other people's reaction to some of the things we have presented to you today. Let me quickly start from here. We have global citizens on here saying, this will only make sense when the following happens. 1, those who approve the building plans get severe consequences. 2, that demolition happens to all other estates, including places like Parkview Estate. 3, substantial compensation is made for losses incurred by these owners. So, as I take the reaction, just know, say now some of the things that I presented today, we have Dr. Berry saying he is one of those, he's responding to Olusegun Obasanjo here. He's one of those who finished Nigeria as a leader, so he has no local standing to talk on what Nigeria should look like or be at this time in history. We can't be allowing these crooks open their mouth around here if we need a Nigeria that can ever work. Other people attack Obasanjo not be small. Why we have Olasupo Jakes saying the most annoying thing about the 2023 presidential election is that the least qualified candidate who refused to communicate his ideas to Nigerians muzzled himself into power. Look at the mess he's creating now. While I have another person here, Bagwa Safwa. That name is a bit difficult to pronounce. But meanwhile, let's move on. You didn't fight the country's independence for the good of the people, rather for your selfish, power-hungry, and money-grubbing motives. Ever since our independence, the same old generation that fought for it has been fighting for power and share in the national cake. A shame. That one is responding to Olusegun Obasanjo right there, but I have 3 to go. Edwin said, you were part of the reason Nigeria is where it is now. So stop trying to clean the blackboard with a charcoal. Obasanjo don't collect woto. Then say your mind. Talk and say, we are here in Twitter waiting for the military to rescue Nigeria. We are not yet serious. All right, let's move on, my people. The last one here. We have Aziz. Aziz is saying, coming from a man that did not even give the youth any chance during his regime. Hi, Obasanjo go regret coming out to talk that word we can't talk anyway. But meanwhile, my people, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. That is all I have for you today. I've done my part. It's the time for me to start listening to our wonderful panelists. I can see some of you were still asking for link earlier on, so that's fine. I'll repost the link again. But before that, I'd like the people right here. I wish somebody called in now because people were calling in earlier on, but nobody called in right now. So I'll just go straight to the panelists for them to start talking to us. But for now, we are going to do 8 minutes exact. Immediately you are 8 minutes, I will stop you because we have a lot of people and more people coming in so that we can, if we can do 3 rounds, that would be nice. So let me start with Give Us Amadi. Give Us Amadi, thank you very much, my brother, for your time with us again this evening. How are you doing today?
Well, greetings to you. Greetings to the panelists and everyone listening from all over the world. Greetings to everyone. When it comes to that demolition, the order from above, I wish you can probably pull up the video of Remy again and then showed Nigeria. That when that man said the order came from above, then you really know where the order is coming from. And then we can interpret that video and then make you.
But is it not the same man that said Tinubu is a nice person? Which of the above are we not talking about?
No, see, this is where we miss things when it comes to issues like this. If they ask you as a person, is Tinubu a nice person? You have your personal answer. I may not probably want to ask you that question. And that's why I said if you can pull up that video, I mean, just to oppose what that man said and then what that video said when Remy was making that assertion before the election. And then now the
we
man
don't
said,
really need to pull it up anymore. People know the video we're
yeah, and
talking
then
about.
the man said that it is not Lagos state government, but the order came from above. And then when they said the order came from above, you all know that the order came from Abuja. And then the order does not just come from Abuja. The order came from the man that sits the
Exactly.
evil operation that sits in your Aso Rock. And this is to tell you that demolition actually did not contravene or contradict anything. That demolition that happened in Lagos did not contravene or contradict anything. And I'm going to say it again, that demolition in Lagos State does not contradict or contravene anything. It is just a sheer winch hunt on the people that did not vote for the drug baron, convicted, certificate forger, confirmed, looter, confirmed, drug baron, confirmed, dual citizenship, confirmed, different sex, confirmed. So there's no issue of allegedly here. All that I said is been confirmed. He has FBI case on him. He peddled drugs. He was deported twice in America, confirmed. There's no issue of allegation here. So that evil came from him because the people did not vote for him. That evil came from him because the people made a choice to vote for a right candidate. That evil came from him because he is the only candidate in the last election that lost his own state. That evil came from him because he did not win the election. Lai Mohammed confirmed it in Washington, D.C., that when they saw how the election was going, they have to switch beavers. And this also confirmed to you that this is not the will of God for the people. And it just confirmed the last article that you also showed, that people think they can win election by just mere voting in Nigeria. They have to play by the rule of the game. But Peter Gregory, will be my president, actually play by the rule of the game, went even to the highest most of everything. And Professor Chidi Odenkalu just confirmed that Supreme Court did not give judgment. It was so easy that Peter Obi's lawyer did not do anything, but rather it was more easy for the Supreme Court not to have considered the judgment of Peter Obi. That is the evil that is going on in that country. And so Nigerians need to arise and do the needful. So when the man said Tinubu is not a nice person, he knows what he was saying. And I thank the lawyer, Frank Tiete. God bless you. You're truly a lawyer. And so when that man spoke, a citizen now have to go on national TV to go and beg somebody that you feel is the authority of power, which in the first instance is a civic right to build house on anywhere in the country. Whether you're a Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, you can choose to build house. You can decide to live anywhere you want to live in that country called Nigeria. Tinubu owns a home in New York. Maybe we need to now start calling people in New York. Please go investigate the property of Tinubu in New York, see where that property sits, and probably tell your mayor that that property is sitting down on an illegal land, and then probably they can demolish it too. So now, because the people did not vote for you, you have to render them homeless. And so children will go to school in the morning, come back in the afternoon, and then see their house gone down. And this is also evil against humanity and can be taken to the ICC court. Because that man said they came into their various homes to tear gas them when they failed to go out. That's evil. That's criminal. That's a criminal action there, and they can be taken to court. So they can be sued for various things. So Nigerians, that order for those demolition came from order from above, and you all know that if they say order came from above, it came from Abuja. And who is in Abuja? Tinubu is in Abuja. And the reason is because the people, my southeast brothers, did not vote for him. No Yoruba person has come out and say, oh, they demolished their own house. No Yoruba person, no Hausa person, no Ishekiri man. No Awori man came out and said they demolished their house. All is evils. The only reason they chose competence, character, and capacity, and compassion. And so my president saying that these people are not, they are not sensitive. There's no how you even have to be sensitive before you can put down a structure. Even if that structure was illegally built, you must, one, make sure that the people have been properly given a place they can relocate to, either in a form of compensation or probably, if not all compensation, in all some, I mean, give them an ameliorating effect to actually be able to cater for their needs. But rather, they didn't do that, just destroy them. This is wickedness. Now, when it now come to the guys saying that, oh, people didn't play by the rule of the game, there was electoral reform. Mahmoud Yakub said, and I quote, "Beavers is a game changer in this election. Polling unit results will lead from the polling unit to RF. That is what we consider." Festus Okoye said, "There is no change, no derivation from beavers. Beavers is the in thing in this past election." So the guy saying that people did not play by the rule is delusional, is evil, and is satanic. Peter Obi played by the rule. He won the election. He won at the tribunal. He won at the Supreme Court. Everything they did was shenanigan. They didn't actually consider his judgment. They didn't consider his case. And so in summary, Tinubu, Shetima, and whoever they are not people given to us by God. They stole this thing and they ran with it. They are evil, they are satanic, and they are delusional. And there is no mincing word on that. Now, when it comes to Wike is trying to actually give an SPV. That's a way to steal from the coffer of the government. Nigerians are dying in their numbers. Youth don't even have a job to do anymore. And this guy is going to build a 15 billion naira house for just a mere mortal when human beings don't even know what they will eat at Christmas. It is glaring now that more Nigerians have been put into poverty,
all right,
even in this short government. So Nigerians, you and I will not keep seeking. And when the time comes, you all can eat the streets and take your country back. This evil needs to stop. This evil must end. The demolition in Lagos State is ordered from Tinubu and the wife. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. Give us a mandate. Thanks for your submission. Guys, help us to press on the like button. I'd like to quickly acknowledge Kingsley Ogeria here for the super chat. Thank you so much. Peggy Modi, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. May God bless you. May your pocket never run dry, my people. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, press on the like button. Press on that like button. And let me call on Madam Rita. Madam Rita, it's good to hear from you.
Just 1 second, please, before you go to Madam Rita. And so when people compare Peter Obi administration to this, what they are doing right now, I don't think there's any need to compare those administration. They are two different people entirely. Peter Obi is not satanic as these people. So that should be said. Thank you.
Yeah, who is comparing anyway? I've not seen that.
You know, Rufai, and then Rufai said Peter will be demolished.
No, he only just referenced to it.
He referenced to it, but before now, if you probably followed the news, people are trying to compare.
Oh, okay, on Twitter.
That must be debunked. Peter Obi is not satanic as these people. Peter Obi will not just demolish house for no damn reason. The houses that Dr. CM will come up maybe later on and then come and clear. He's an Anambra man. Peter Obi demolished houses belonging to kidnappers, to thieves, and to robbers. Thank you.
Exactly. God bless you for bringing that on, my brother. Thank you. All right, Madam Rita, please, I would like you to talk to us. Good evening to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Elvis, and everyone in the comment section. I missed you guys. Mommy Diaspora, I love you, Mom. You know, it's a pity that, this fraudulent administration has kind of placed the Yoruba race, as bad. The same thing, the last one that was that caused that from Katsina State, Buhari, his administration made everyone kind of stiffen when you hear Fulani. It's the same thing Agbado, the man from Bodilon, is doing, unfortunately. Everybody is quiet. At least majority of the Yoruba people are quiet. Very few of them are speaking up. At least like Mr. Give Us Our Mandate, Dele Farotimi, Pa Debanjo, the most reasonable ones are speaking. Very few. It's unfortunate this is going on because this will go down in history as this is what, as time goes by, people change or transcribe events. Time is coming. In 20, 30 years from now, they would say this is what the Yoruba people did to Igbo people in Lagos. The same lies that they are talking about the civil war and say it was an Igbo coup. So this is the history that the man at Bodilon is creating. And he will be the Don, he will be the grandmaster of this evil history that he's creating. Those Yoruba people who are silent, who are enjoying, who are celebrating, who are kind of like acknowledging that, yes, we are doing this. Yes, we are doing this. The time is coming, they're going to regret it for sure. But you know what? I'm not ready for that time when they'll have some sort of epiphany of what has happened. It's coming. It's coming. History is being created every single day. What we are seeing now, let it be on record. Thank God for the likes of the internet now. In the time of the Biafra, maybe if we had if the internet was introduced then and events were being played and we hear different comments from different people, perhaps the kind of the evil assumptions that's been said about the Igbos and the coup, it wouldn't be as bad as now. But you know what? All these are records that we are making. These discussions, Mr. Elvis, I want to thank you again. It's going to come up in the next 10, 50, 100 years. People are going to actually see what happened. And they will now know that there was a grandmaster, a man, and some group of senseless human beings supported this evil. This is outright evil. When they keep talking about the FHA, Federal Housing Authority, Federal Housing Authority is under who? It's not under Agbado. It's under Agbado now. This is the issue I have. And I've said it before. I know there was some kind of squabble when I made that comment. Some Igbo people, were attacking me, which is fine. To me, Nigeria is the project. I don't really care what you think about me. But I keep saying, the leadership of the Igbo leadership, they have a self-esteem deficit. That's what I called it in the past. And I'm repeating it again. And what that man was explaining on Arise TV is exactly what I just said. Anybody could see it. See that grown man, that is somebody's father. He's possibly a grandfather. He doesn't even have confidence to even speak. He's begging. Even Chief Manuel Nwanyawu, the way he's speaking, I don't see a confident leader. I don't know about you. I'm not here to mince words. We are at this point in our lives. Nigeria is at this point where we don't need to mince words. We need to say the words as it is, respectfully, but truthfully. I believe what I'm saying is the truth, is because what I see is what I'm saying. You don't have to believe me, but this is what it is. If you're an Igbo person, you need to hear this. You guys need to get some liver. Your leadership needs to get some liver. Why is it begging? And I'm so happy that you are begging somebody for your constitutional right. Begging. This culture of begging, we should stop it. When Governor Obaseki was doing what he was doing, they don't say, see people were on their knees. I can't imagine my friends kneeling up for somebody that we voted for, that Nigerians voted for. You are kneeling down to beg. You gave him power. You are begging him to do the right thing. Because this is social media, I'm just trying to be very careful with the kinds of words I really, really, really want to say. And you know what? I don't really blame the Igbo leadership for this, because If you look at what happened to them in the war, you know what war does to people. Nigerians are going through PTSD. A lot of Igbo people especially are going through some form of PTSD from the war. Even the ones who are surviving, even the ones who were children, they are still going through that PTSD. And that's why you could even see that kind of low self-esteem of coming out to explain or to ask for something. There's this aura of begging. I don't know if you people see, but this is what I see. They've been ostracized, marginalized, abused. The self-esteem is extremely low, even from the leadership level. Why would people not trample on you like a foot mat? Why? They would do it with ease. Without there's no consequences. Nobody's going to jail for it. Sanwo-Olu is committing genocide. Is committing even the one at Bodilon, aka Tinubu, is committing genocide. As far as I'm concerned, this is genocide because a lot of people have passed away. Some people have suddenly got stroke from looking at their buildings being taken down.
Madarita, I'm not sure anybody will come for you because the video that I played earlier on, our fellow Igbo brother actually was saying almost the same thing you're talking about now, accusing Mr. Peter Obi of rubbish shoulder and running around the roundabout by addressing this issue. So I don't think anybody will come for you.
No, we have a reputation. I really don't care if anybody wants to say anything, but my project is Nigeria. So what you say, it doesn't mean anything. Anybody who wants to disagree with me, any Igbo person, let me be specific, wants to disagree with me, okay. I have said it in the past. The process in which you guys were shouting for Biafra, I said, change your strategy. It didn't work. Ojukwu, of blessed memory, his strategy didn't work. Nnamdi Kanu, his strategy did not work. And then this really puts in Finland, his strategy is still not working. So maybe you guys need to, when I mean you guys, I'm talking about the Igbo, maybe you people should listen to us from the South. Because you know what? The people from the North, the people from the Southwest, they don't understand what you are going through. We understand more what you are going through. It's just like this racism, black and white. The white person does not understand, and they cannot understand what a typical black person goes through when they're marginalized in the workplace, even in school. They can never understand it. The only people who understand it are the white parents who suddenly have mixed children who are black. They now see what their children are going through. Then they now understand what black, at least a little bit of understanding of what black a typical black child is going through. So it's the same way a northerner or a southwestern dude, they can never understand. They have not lived it. They have not gone through civil war. They didn't starve. Their children didn't pass on. They can never understand. So maybe the Igbo people should listen to people from the south, people from Edo State like me. Listen to me. You need to change your strategy. You need to start listening to people who are criticizing you. They're criticizing you not because of hate. I am not criticizing not because of hate. I'm criticizing because I don't like it when I see people being marginalized, when people's self-esteem has been brought down. I don't like, I despise it. God didn't create us like that. Grown men, they can't even speak up. Where are the strong evil men that I know growing up? Where are they? I know many of them are passed on, but where are they? Where are they? It's only Nnamdi Kanu so far that was bold enough. And look at where he landed because he was going through the wrong strategy. That's what we need to talk about. If we need this nonsense to stop, this Igbo tribe nonsense to stop, because this thing is building, is like a black cloud in Nigeria. It has built a black cloud. And the grandmaster of it, the man that calls himself the apparition for Bodilon Avenue in Aso Rock, is the mastermind of this thing. And he has enablers like Governor Jide Sanwo-Olu. He's an enabler amongst many of them. The ones who have made comments, Bayo Anonuga, FFK, and many of them, they rubbish. Are these leaders? What are they teaching their children? Those children that came home and they started crying from school. What do you think that has done to those children? That's a trauma on its own. A trauma, and they can never forget it. How do you think those children will feel when they're 30 years from now? They will have a hatred for even Lagos State and Yoruba people. That is something that they've created. They don't understand these things. Our leaders, they don't understand the kind of action that it's going to damage generations. In the past, the Biafran war had already damaged generations. Till date, we are still suffering it. Till date, we are still suffering it. It's very painful. All this nonsense should stop. And another thing, to be frank, that man was talking about contravention fee. First of all, what do you mean by contravention? An action that violates the law. So it to me, I'm interpreting it like, you know that maybe that land is going through a canal. You know that perhaps that land wasn't meant, for building, having any structure at all. Fine, to build. So you are now paying for violating that law. Why should you even be paying for that? You shouldn't even violate any law in the first place. I know this is just maybe a few percentage. I know, but we have to mention it. Why are you paying contravention fee? It means that you know that where your house is built on the wrong land, and that's why you are paying the contravention fee. Has it ever occurred to you that down the line, when there's a flood or something, your house will eventually be demolished? Why will you pay for contravention fee? Anybody that is listening to me, if you have a structure built anywhere and then you are made to pay contravention fee, my dear brother, evict from that place. Because once you are paying for something against the law, and especially the way Nigeria is being marginalized now, especially when you know that is not your aboriginal land, know that something is going to happen. They will use that as a yardstick to demolish your house. And that is what is happening. And that's the excuse that they are giving. That's the excuse that the Federal Housing Authority is giving. Don't allow yourself to fall into that nonsense trap. Don't be paying any contravention fee. Do not even try it. Advise your people. I'm so pissed off that, man, how do we even get to this point? God. And then the chief of the defense staff, please, sir, with all due respect, let him not give us any lame excuse why you cannot protect the Southeast. Don't give us any lame, because the number of checkpoints in the Southeast, you can't compare it to if you are going to Jigawa State or you are going to Adamawa State. You cannot compare it. It is not today. You cannot now use Simon Ekpa as a yardstick for your ineptness in protecting the people from the Southeast. Even if Simon Ekpa is a double-edged sword of some sort. I don't want to use any bad word against that man for now because of Mr. Naija Watch. All due respect, that is just a yardstick. Before the advent of before the introduction of Simon Ekpa, why wasn't the Southeast protected all this while? Why? Why that's the excuse that you're giving Nigerians? Or God defense minister or chief of defense, is that the excuse? Simon Ekpa is living in thousands of miles away. Simon Ekpa is making orders from far away in a foreign land, and you are actually in the physical place as a soldier. Are you telling me that the words of Simon Ekpa is more powerful than your defense, physical defense? Come on, man, come on. And then you have some group of people in the National Assembly, they can't even challenge him. What sort of country are we building, for Christ's sake? Nobody can stand up to challenge him. At least they should watch other countries. Look at how they talk. Watch America, that we are practicing their so-called form of government. Watch America. Look at how people challenge people that come to the hollow chambers. Challenge him. Is that the lame excuse? We've given them billions, trillions of dollars to buy weapons to protect Nigerians. You're not saying Simon Ekpa. Man, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, man. I don't want to hear that. In the issue of him talking about, Boko Haram people, when they arrest them and they'll bring them out again, and the person that exposed them will not be safe. Listen, Oga, Mr. Chief of Defense, this is a recurring decimal, because is a product of the inept, wicked. I'm trying to look for a nice word, because this is social media. Malevolent, wicked, hegemonious, corrupt judicial system that Nigeria has. And that is why this will continue to be a recurring decimal. Kuje prison, nobody's talking about it. The Kaduna massacre, nobody's talking about it. What happened in is it Ekiti State or Ondo State? Nobody's talking about it. Deborah, nobody's talking about it. It's a recurring decimal. So please, Mr. Defense, Chief of Defense, don't give us any lame excuse. You're a soldier. You know what you signed up for. You know what you signed up for. And you know the organs that are making this recurring decimal occur every single time. I don't want to hear that. I'm not comfortable. I'm not even in the mood to hear Isamonepa or they're releasing Boko Haram. That is bagadash, rubbish, nonsense. And you're a chief of defense. He should be fired immediately. He should be fired if he's not ready for the job. And as for Obasanjo, well, it's the same thing that he said. When Nigerians are ready to take back their country, they don't need anybody's permission. They just need to announce it. That's all. That's all. And then this man, when Chidi or the Kalu saying the Supreme Court committed, committed genocide. It is not a Supreme scandal. Genocide. That's what the Supreme Court committed. Mr. Elvis, thank you.
We'll come back to you.
I did not finish, but thank you.
I know. You know, you have another round. Thank you very much, Madam Rita, for that wonderful submission. But let me take some calls quickly. We have Law of God is my strength on the phone. Thank you very much, Madam, for calling in. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody on the comment section and the panel. Nigeria, I'm boiling in my heart. I'm boiling. I'm angry. I'm so angry. I really want to control myself. You see, I see things and I just wonder: is this a country or an animal kingdom where there's no law? Nothing is happening. Everybody's just doing what they want to do. If the property in Lagos was demolished without the government, and they say it's the Ministry of Housing, who is the Minister of Housing? Is it not this man from the East? What's his name? The former Ebonyi man. So if it's coming from there, and they say it's coming from the Ministry of Housing, that means it's him that told them to go and do it. For me, I don't believe that. Because Imayi, that's his name. He will not just come and say that you start to go and break places. I don't believe that. What they have done the other day, if you remember, like I said, I knew a Yoruba woman. It is in America that they demolished her house. The woman is in hospital. I know, even one Yoruba man, Mr. Ajibola. It's only because when they want to do wickedness, they will do the wickedness. They'll maybe they target our brothers from the east, and mistakenly they are breaking other people's own too. But one thing I want you to know that even if you are not even Igbo, once you are from you don't speak Yoruba, or automatically you are Igbo.
Hello, what happened?
I think Mr. Elvis has been attacked and
he's been disconnected.
The next person who came after Madam
I think I came after her.
Okay, you can go ahead then.
On the queue anyway. Okay. In case when he comes back, I will always give way anyway. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I think this matter of property is a relatively simple one, and I don't know why we are trying to always, just because we don't like somebody, then something that is done is a little bit controversial. We shouldn't just make everything about black and white and evil.
I'm telling you, what are we going to do? Wickedness coming from the highest standard that I've never seen. And the man that went to the military man, the head of the military man, that is calling Samuel Ekpa. Is it Samuel Ekpa that is the Boko Haram in the north? Why are they not going to the north to fight the Boko Haram? Why is it that it's only in the east that they see trouble there? Why not they leave the eastern people? Why don't they leave them alone? Is it the only place that there's problem in Nigeria? Other places there's problem there. Don't target the Igbo people and say that's where the problem is. All over Nigeria, there's security. Why are you telling me there. Take the beautiful woman for forest. Nigerians have been kidnapped and been taken away. It's not you know the you won't take out place. Everything is what is the problem? They should leave them alone, it's not right. And I want to talk to my Eastern brothers and sisters. Please, Sister Rita said something, and I want to support her. Until you people stand up and say enough is enough. You cannot be in your country and be begging people. The one that appear on Arise TV is talking as if it's not in Nigeria. That the constitution of Nigeria has not banned it for people to respect each other. So I want to tell you, my brothers from the southeast, we all love you. Happen. That's what God wants you to be. But stand and fight for yourself. No need to talk and be talking under the tongue. Talk now. Talk now. Don't allow people to push you around like Karika show. We all of us have the right to Nigeria. So please, my brothers and sisters, we are standing from the east. We are all standing with you. And nothing will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. Yes, anybody can make mistake on that. That's not a problem. But anyway, let's move on. Thank you, my wonderful people. Before I pick another call, I'd like to come back to the panel again. You know, I'm gonna pick, because we have a lot of people on the panel today. So let me take another 2 or 3. The next person here with us now is Tunaja. Tunaja, thank you very much. Good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us today. Please, I'd like you to talk to us 8 minutes.
Greetings, Niger Watch, and greeting. I actually greeted everyone on the panel. To the viewers too. As I was saying, that we have to try to maintain some element of level-headedness about things that are happening in Nigeria. You know, recently people were flying off about the Oba statement, and then this next one is about the demolition of properties. And these things are relatively straightforward. You see, if you are in a country where people steal and do bad things, it doesn't mean when somebody decides to, return a stolen, a lost item. Let's say somebody leaves their money bag in a car and the driver decides to return it back. People will just say, oh, because people are stealing, let's not thank him for doing that good job, good deed. And sometimes the actions people take are good on their own without necessarily bringing a larger context into this in effect, because you want to encourage the good behavior and discourage the bad ones. And what I find with this property issue, I said the other day, is a relatively straightforward one. If you were doing something wrong and the state comes after you, maybe unfairly, it doesn't matter. In the end, there has to be rules. And we are all looking for rule in that country. And when somebody enforces it, because we don't like the person or we don't like the context, we just lose it and start making it a tribal issue. It's not acceptable. You can't do that. If you genuinely want a good country, you can't do that. Think about the people that their properties are getting flooded. Are they suing anybody? Who is compensating them? Is the government compensating them? People's properties are getting destroyed every single year. There's flooding everywhere. And when we are not supposed to be building on drainage pathways, we do it anyway. When our people are not supposed to steal power lines, they steal it. We destroy the country, and because yes, leaders are bad, but when somebody is trying to correct it, making one correction, it doesn't mean you should just jump on his back and say, oh yeah, you shouldn't do that. I've said it before. I've seen Nigerians deliberately sabotaging the state. I was in Abuja when I was going to the train station.
No, Tinaja, what are you talking about? Are you justifying the demolition in Lagos? I don't understand this.
I'm justifying the demolition if it involves law breaking. Are you justifying
if it was not involved?
If there's no law breaking involved, then you have to compensate the people that you are damaging their property.
Sorry, Tunaja. Mr. Elvis.
Is that simple?
Mr. Tunaja, they give you 1 hour to leave your mansion. Is that normal?
Can I beg something, Madam Rita?
Please, nobody is full here. I beg.
Madam Rita,
I think they gave them notice. They gave them notice. Know that.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes.
Can we just probably, Madam Rita and all the parents, please, I beg you guys, let's not interject him. let him just, because if we interject him, we're going to make it. Let's let him speak his opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say that because it seems he likes
We
doing
already
that.
know who
that
he is, so let's just leave him. Go ahead.
he brings the whole conversation around what he wants to talk about and distract the whole trend of everything.
Speak. Just go ahead.
So please let him finish, and next person, because I know what to interject.
Yeah, thank you for not interjecting. If you like, patronize me all you want. I'm going to stay my peace, and I hope the viewers are listening, because there is something wrong with our people. They go on saying they want justice, they want rule of law. We are here talking about how law and judges are compromised. The moment they see any form of law operate, then they want to kill it because they say it's tribalism. I don't get what do you people want? Do you want rule of law or you don't want rule of law? If somebody is trying to say, okay, there's been law breaking and the Lagos government didn't issue any document to say that this property is being built legally, then you are responsible for breaking the law, and when they come for you, you pay for it. Many of us are in countries where if you do that, you're going to be in serious trouble. As a matter of fact, by the time they break your property, they will charge you for the cost of damaging that property too, because they have to bring their bulldozer here in the UK. If you do that here in the UK, they come and damage your property, then they will bring the bill to you, and if you don't pay the bill, they will send bailiffs for you. Because you are not thinking about the people's property that are getting damaged every year because of flooding and all the rest of it. We operate like people in anarchists. We don't want anything to work. Like I was saying before, I've seen Nigerians sabotage a road junction because they said, oh, they don't want anybody to have power there, because if anybody has power, they will abuse it. So nobody should control the junction. It takes a government official with military escort to open that junction up for me to get past that day. What do we want? Do we want order or do we want chaos? If we want chaos, let's keep living like this. Let's not complain that our country is not functional, because we are part of the problem. The leaders that we like to criticize, it's what we are doing. We are the ones creating those type of leaders, because we are so inconsistent. 1 minute, if something agrees with us, it's okay. But if it doesn't agree with us, we like to criticize them, say it's tribalism. I don't see, maybe because they are going in that area, it seems like most people that are in that area are Southeasterners. That's why it's a form of tribalism. But it's all the Southeasterner property that is being destroyed, is it? And are they not compensating the ones that have got legitimate government documents? If they are not compensating, then that's where the injustice comes in. Because if government issued them a legitimate certificate, they were meant to be compensated. If they were not supposed to be there, then the property needs to be removed for drainage to be able to flow, so that people's property are not going to be flooded. Jesus Christ, how is this not even common sense? And that is on one side. The security official that was complaining about this thing, the judge is not releasing people, and it's a legitimate complaint. What is it supposed to do? Say it's okay? Because these are real situations whereby you go and jail somebody that is involved in banditry or some kind of militant group. Then tomorrow they come out, all the people that help them get arrested, their lives are forfeit. How can we just see this thing? Just because we don't like the person, we just react. And somebody was saying earlier on how some people have low self-esteem. I think it's a little bit patronizing, but we forget that we too are doing these things ourselves. We have to hold. If we don't even have a high standard, how are we supposed to hold them? You have to be level-headed and have high standard. If you see good things happening, encourage that one and discourage the bad ones. If we say that the security officials are getting all the resources they need, I can tell you that they don't. Nigeria just spent 27 billion trillion in our national budget. That is pathetic. That is not a nation. It's not a nation. What is now 17 trillion? That is 27 trillion. That's about $27 billion. That is, one state spends that in the US, or in the US, one region spends in the US, the UK for healthcare. It's nothing. We are living in poverty, and we don't want rule of law because we just keep crying tribalism and hate constantly. If you want rule of law, you have to be disciplined. Just like how people here are disciplined. That's how they make it work. If you want it, you go for it. If you don't want it, then let's keep crying. Let's dance this game where we just keep pointing fingers as if it's only the South is our problem. We know that about 100 people, more than 100 people were just kidnapped in the north, in Zamfara state. The most people that have lost their lives is in Zamfara state. Most women that have been, all kinds of stuff happened to them is in Zamfara state. Some of them are going away with children and coming back with this in families and coming back with children. This is just a pathetic situation, and the reason why this is happening is because the people that are supposed to know better are just shouting, hating each other, instead of them to just say, okay, what are we going to do? Let's strategize here and do it properly, not always calling tribalism when somebody is actually trying to obey the law, even if it's hitting people because whatever you do is going to hit tribal people. Whatever you do is going to hit somebody that is going to seem like it's tribalism. Is there any way you're going to act in Lagos? It doesn't seem like you're attacking some tribes. So let's not make everything about tribalism. If somebody does something that is tribal, you attack them. Let's say an Igbo man have a document from government and they refuse to compensate them, but they compensate the Yoruba ones. That is tribalism there for you. But this one, is it genuinely tribalism? Have we bothered to ask whether the properties that were damaged, that were destroyed, were they had documents or not? If they don't, then it's a legitimate this in destruction of that property. It shouldn't have been there in the first place. That is what you people should be cheering. P2B will do the same. Is that not what Soludo is also doing in this Anambra State, where they say he was breaking some stuff down? People, there has to be rule of law. We have to have level-headedness here. There is tribalism everywhere in the world, and Nigeria is not going to be the first one. The country that we are running it like a pathetic state. We can't keep on like this. And I see some signs that maybe, who knows, I don't know, if they start upgrading our security posture, but from the money that they are spending in defense, that is nothing. People think it's a lot of money. It's nothing. How have we gotten used to this stuff ahead? The whole world is moving on and we are thinking that is anything. We can't carry on like this. If we carry on like this, we are asking for serious trouble. Someday, I tell you, this politician is going to be the least of your problems. You will be praising the day they were around. Because what is going to come after them? If we carry on like this, you are going to see the forces are going to come here. You saw how many children lost their life in how many 5 days, in 5 weeks in Gaza alone. How many children?
All right, Tunaja, thank you. Round up 1 minute.
I really feel like our people need to seriously start waking up. But are they going to wake up really? I'm not very optimistic, because what makes people wake up is something
greater than to do what?
Wake up to understand their place in this world and see things rationally.
Okay, Elvis. So
maintain discipline.
Let me finish.
I just want to ask you a question.
No, don't ask any question, my brother. That's the idea. He wants you to ask questions. Don't ask.
Let's not give him a mileage, please. Let's all just keep quiet and let him just finish.
No. So what we want to know is what are those things Nigerians should be focused on right now? What are those things they should be focused on right now?
This is how it starts. Yes. Then we'll be here 30 minutes.
If you want to come and do your pity party first today, you are free to do it. I'm not stopping you, but it's quite rude to be telling other people what to do. It's not right.
Tunaja, there's a question to you by Olumide.
Yeah, he said what we should be focusing on. What we should be focusing on are the most important aspects. Like when they said that they invested 3 billion or to 4 billion dollars on our national security, it's not enough. It's really not enough. If we want to take control of we are paying money to bandits. Our farmers can't go to work. It's not enough. That is the most profitable investment we can put in. That's the stuff that is going to get most of our Nigerians that are on this panel and the ones that are frustrated to go back to Nigeria and feel safe at home.
Okay.
That is the most important one. We want to focus on that, their promise that they made, that they were going to secure the country. They are going to recruit people into the military and the security service, that the police. If they said they are going to do that, to hold them accountable for it so that we can all go back.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Please, everybody mute now, please. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, unfortunately, I can't stop my panelists once they start talking now,
Because somebody is saying that I'm focusing on security because it is costing us $50 billion every year. Our national budget right now is about $27 billion.
All right, Tunaja, thank you very much. May God bless you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. We have Madam Ife in the backstage. Please, Ife, she's on. Please, let's see your camera before accepting you in. We don't want to accept intruder into the channel, please. If you can hear me. Okay, wonderful. That's fine. You can turn it off if you want. Thank you so much for joining us today. But meanwhile, let me quickly move on to the next person. Tunaja don't talk now. The next person is Oga Olumide. But before that, I miss my brother F. Emmanuel. I've not seen F. Emmanuel for like a week. You know, F. Emmanuel, I hope you are fine.
Yeah,
if you
it's
are
fine.
right
It's
there.
fine. I can confirm to that. It's fine.
He's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I
beg.
can confirm to that.
Wonderful.
But sorry, I quickly have a say
okay, go ahead.
about me. See, Nigerians, although you have listened to the last speaker, but my panelists, what I've come to realize is the fact that according to the scripture, Mr. Elvis also showed that some times ago, woe unto you that call evil good and that call good evil. That is the summary of it all. Nigerians are not blind. They know what is happening in Lagos State about the demolition. It is not the sickness of the eyes or the sickness of the mind. We all know it, that this is evil against humanity. Order came from above, and that person above is Tinubu.
You can't just say you know. By what standard do you know?
Thank you very much. We all heard what you
That's
said.
the kind
Listen,
of
listen to the look at the comment section and see what people are telling you in the comment section.
All right. Give
Why
us a
do you like
minute.
doing
I
this?
don't want us
Okay.
to drag this, please. I don't want us to drag this. Before I call on Oga Olumide, I would also like to ask. I asked the other day, Mr. Edwin. We have not heard from Mr. Edwin for a while. You know, please, Mr. Edwin, if you are listening, we miss you. We want to hear from you. And I don't know, making they write their name. They call out so many of them all the time, but it's just that it's not so easy like that. You know, but meanwhile, let's move on.
Niger Watch.
Yes, sir.
I was the number 5 man on this panel. Why am I jumped to number 8?
Maybe now because say today not be window you be pass come on.
Impasse window.
No, not be window pass.
Now Niger came before me. I came after to Niger.
Okay, no worry. After
Mr.
Olumide,
I can confirm that.
you'll talk. No worry. I'll come to you after Mr. Olumide. Mr. Olumide, they be like say they give person injection for there. Oh. Mr. Olumide never ready. So Black Panther beg talk to us. You know, Mr. Olumide, you off this your camera. We want for the give people injection. So
okay, thank you, Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
All
much.
protocol observed. I will follow the line of my learned fellow Garcia. All protocol
you have
officially observed. I want to say here, I will not speak on the demolition of the houses. I've already spoken the history I came about. And if you guys refuse to follow what I've said or do your own research, because the Bible said every man will be judged by his word. And the word of a man is sharper than two-edged sword. It can cause, it can make, and it can break. So I have said it, and I said one thing again, that this whole thing that is happening, we boil down to boxing the Igbo to a corner. They boxed the Igbo to a corner before during the Civil War. They boxed them. They are now coming to box them again. That is what they spoke. And they unluckily for them, it was leaked out. And that is the trajectory they are doing now. And I won't go further than that. If you look at what is happening now, it will continue to happen. But I thank God for the monarch who came in, the Oba of Benin, who came in. And we are seeing a little bit of reduction in it. But it might not bring back the home they've broken. But at least it will reduce all these things they are doing. But they are going to go in another format. And I want to say this emphatically, and I stand on my word, and that word cannot be broken. The Igbo man cannot be conquered. The Igbo man can never and cannot be conquered. That is how I'll put that word. I'll go on, I'll speak on what Obasanjo, before I go there, I want to say this clear. In my language, in our language, in our dialect, one of our dialects in Igbo, he said, Oria Ogboria. If house no fit kill you, outside I no go fit kill you. You see, the last word that I heard from the last speaker, there are two words I heard. I tell you, I'm a man that follows the lyrics of your word, and I'll grab the lyrics that uncovers all the things you have spoken. The last man speaker said, you people to come to a stage where you people, it will happen. You people will be calling for your oppressors to come back to rule you. And there's one other word he said. I'll get that word out. It's going dingling in my heart. It's still, human is like a processor. It's in my heart. But what I want to, let me go further. I'll bring that word back. I'll bring the second one back. What I want to say concerning Obasanjo, I've told every one of you, you cannot continually accuse him because we already know what Obasanjo did. We know his deed, we know his positive, and we know his negative. He has done something positive to the Nigerian state, not Nigerian nation, to the Nigerian state. And he has done something negative to the Nigerian state. What I want us to do here is for us to look at the word that the man speaks. And don't follow that man. Don't hit that man. Follow his word and use his word to educate, interpret the word and educate. The Bible says many will speak in tongues, but some will have the power to interpret that tongue that man has spoken. So we have the power to interpret what the elder has spoken. And what the elder has spoken, literally English, if you want to use English Oxford Dictionary to explain it or use the legal term to explain it, you cannot mix destruction and again you say peace. It is not, it can't go. If you look at the Obasanjo statement, it doesn't go together. If you want to use English time to do that one, you will not pass. You have to explain what, you have to know what it meant. He said, but go peaceful. But he now mentioned destructive again. So those things do not go together. If you want to take power, you cannot take power by just going through the ballot system in a corrupt state. Like the other man said, he said, democracy or politics is not about voting, is not all. You have to do the needful. That statement that guy made is a corrupt statement in Nigerian terms. It's trying to tell you that after you vote, your voting will not get you the presidency. You have to use your money to push it. That's the cushion effect. You have to use the cushion effect, and that's corruption is the cushioning effect. That is the statement, and I've heard it in so many politicians. The reason why I know these politicians very well, I must state here so that people will know where I'm coming from. I belonged to a very strong political party in Nigeria before I left Nigeria. I was a youth leader, and I was a secretary of a gubernatorial candidate in Lagos State. But from my local government, but these two governorships did not make it. But one, they brought one in. You guys will remember. So that's where I got my experience from all these politicians. They are all the same, from the same father and mother. Anybody that will come here to perpetrate their trajectory, to look at the state called Nigeria, that is going to rise. Oh, it's going to rise because one person that is already is an embodiment, is an institution of corruption. Look, let me tell you one thing, people, one thing. Agbado, Tinubu, I will say it emphatically here. Tinubu is an institution. When Tinubu tells you that he discovered this man, he discovered that man, you know what he meant by that? As an institution, you discover talent, you discover genius. Tinubu is an institution of corruption, and the course he trained them on is Tinubu Corrupt 110015. That is what he has trained them on. He has trained every of his students with it because he is an institution. That is why he leaves them to perpetrate it. Look at what he allegedly brought to the National Assembly. That's the first time in the history of Nigeria where you bring a bill, but that bill is not inside. You just read something and that was all. That was all. So we should understand the institution, the state called Nigeria. The state called Nigeria, we should understand it. We should not come here and say we should wait for another 4 years. It is going to be rolling and rolling, and you still see the same thing. You see, we have to fight for a nation. If we don't fight for a nation, we remain in a state, because in a state, it's an embodiment of corruption, nepotism, and other things. And mind you, any country that is not well negotiated, that does not stand under a platform on a very strong foundation, having your constitution by the people, and you expect tribalism not to thrive well there, you are a liar, because your epistles, your ideology will never strive. It can never strive, because I will ask you a question. Where in the world that a state that is not well grounded and the constitution is not by the people, as you are agreed to copy democracy, where has it survived the times of day? Venezuela is one of the highest, richest nation in oil.
1 more minute.
But where are they now? They are down, they are going down, they are grounded. That is the position we are now. They are not trying to patch it up with so many things that they are doing. You people have not asked questions. All this money they are borrowing, I calculated it. In total, it's 9.8 trillion naira. The one he borrowed before the budget. So how are you going to pay that money? He said he's going to starve you so that you can pay the money. So the military man that just spoken, he's just speaking jargons. What is happening in the military now, I'm reading the tongue of the man, is that the junior ranking officers are feeling the impact. That is why I said they are endangered. It's not talking about the military in general, but the senior officers that are endangered because they are the one collecting the money. All the arms money they've given to the military to buy arms and everything, they've collected that money, they've boxed it. You all have the idea. You know what happened in Dubai, how they bought establishment in Dubai. So, my brothers, we should read between the line of this corrupt institution. We should not say we are a nation. We are just a state. And if you want to be a nation, it has to be from a selfless service, a selfless man that will come in to deliver a selfless service and sacrifice for the nation. And everybody will follow suit. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, my brother. Thanks for your submission. God bless you. Let's move on to the next person quickly. Let me come to Oga Isibili. Olumide, are you ready now?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, wonderful. Take your spot then. You have 8 minutes, sir. Good evening to you.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you, my fellow panelists. I won't speak much about the demolition going on in Lagos State, except to say that it is very important that when we are doing certain things, especially as governmental bodies or agencies of government, we need to make sure that we are doing things very fair and very openly, so that when you're seeing when it comes out in the public domain, everybody would have seen that the government gave it their best shot. I mean, Nigeria is at a state where where the burden of proof, the burden of most, or the most burden of proof at the moment to prove that things really work in that country is not on the citizens anymore. Right now, it rests solely on government, institutions of government in particular, from federal to state to local government. They fail the people. That is why we are at the state at the point that we are at today. So, I mean, APC has been in government since 1999. So they've been the government, the party in power. They formed the government of Lagos State since 1999 till date. So what happened? Who were those who gave those approvals? Even if those buildings were built on marked areas or illegal lands, marked for certain other uses. So who were those who gave those approval? At least the optics is very, very important. I was saying here yesterday or the day before that the mayor of London is from a Pakistani Arab heritage. We know the UK, the British are the most conservative people in the world. If they wanted him, if they didn't want him to be there, they would have said, but the optics would have been bad for the world. So optics is very, very important. You want people not to believe that a certain ethnic group was targeted because of the way they voted in the last election, and I mean, it's also obvious for all to see that the people who approved those lands were not even punished. So were prior investigations done? Were the people who built on those illegal lands called or written to give their own side of the story? So we are talking about the optics now. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever government decides to do, I mean, wherever you take it to, they might come out on top at the end of it all. But the legacy they leave behind is what matters. So we're not saying that the right thing should not be done. The right thing should be done, but you do it fairly, in fairness and equity. And then regarding the chief of staff who came to present or give a speech in front of the National Assembly, I'm not surprised. See, Nigeria is a failed country. It's a failed, and you have an incompetent army officer coming to. This is the same speech. This is the kind of speech that, don't you see that it's a pattern they all give? There are certain people that you should not even be listening to or taking their words seriously. The same Chief Justice of the Federation, you see the speech he gave before they decided on the election tribunal that they were going to be fair, they gave all those speech, and at the end of the day, we know what happened. This same army officer, they will come and tell you what the obvious is. You understand? But they don't have a solution. They have a solution, but they are the ones conniving against the state. You understand? It may not be indirectly. It may be some other army officers. It may be some other. You understand? But you know what the problem is? You're not tackling the problem. Who are those culprits responsible? What have you done? You understand? But if you trace, as a matter of fact, you will find that there are people in the higher echelons of power that are involved in all this, illegal oil bunkering or whatever. You understand? Making money off the nation. And then he was saying something about Simon Ekpa too. These guys are very funny. So Simon Ekpa now is an authority. So for you to now go through Finland, that means you are trying to make it official. You are saying Simon Ekpa is indeed influential in that part of the country. And rather than talk to him, call him on the round table and talk to him, you want to forcefully bring him through Finland. Okay, well, I wouldn't talk anymore until we want to see how they intend to do that. How they intend to extradite him. Maybe the way they did Juan Kokano, maybe Finland would readily hand over Simon Ekpa to them. We want to see how that happens. We want to see how that happens. And then regarding Obasanjo is an Abeokuta man, is an Egba. I'm an Abeokuta, I'm an Egba. And when it says positively disruptive, I mean, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that Obasanjo, that I kind of come from the same ethnic stock as Obasanjo. This man, see, the only way when people like this talk, see, people who want to make meaningful change in that contraption, in that shithole, I'm sorry, you don't listen to people like that anymore. He is irrelevant. This guy was supposed to be the first president of that new 1999 republic. Yes, his economy is better than what we have now for the 8 years that he was there. But what was the optics of his governance? How did Obasanjo midwife elections between 1998 and the 2005 that he stayed in power? Was it not during his own period that rigging was skewed? They kidnapped a whole governor to impeach the governor. This guy never followed the law too. See, Obasanjo laid the example that ACP is doing today. So let's say the truth. This man, because they wanted to create a country in their own way and fashion, a unitary system of government, one Nigeria, this guy erased all of Power's legacy. Power is an Ogun State man from Ijebu, from Shagamu, from Ijebu. But this man is my hero. This man is my hero. Obasanjo is no hero of mine. It's a disgrace. The only thing Obasanjo should be doing right now is to apologize to Nigerians for putting them through what he did for the last 8 years. He set the example for all of this to happen. And he has no morality. There are people who don't have any morality to talk to Nigerians anymore about good governance. Dogowa does not have any morality to talk about good governance. It's part of the rot. There are certain people, Elvis, that we should not be listening to anymore if we are serious about changing that country. Don't look to them as elders anymore. They may be old because these people don't intend real change for the country. They want the country to stay the way it is so that they can profit. They can hand it over to their children. You understand? Yeah, I'm coming. So children, you understand? That is not a country that you want to build for everybody. That is not a prosperous country that you want everybody, regardless of their ethnicity, to thrive.
All right, thank you.
And again, I'm going to say lastly, you are a flip-flop and you are an hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. You know why I say that? Before the elections, you came. I've challenged you so many times on Elvis' platform. You came here to say that the killings going on is not uncommon to the North. It happens everywhere. We shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't do this. We should warn Nigeria. Now, today, you are saying killings are going on. You are a hypocrite. You are talking about security. Whoever you are working for, the demons you are working for, one day they will be exposed. You are a demon and you are a hypocrite. I dare to tell you that on this platform. I don't know why Elvis is giving you space in his platform. You don't have anything good or meaningful to say. A man like you that will come and quote Machiavelli. Sensible,
all right.
deranged human being.
All right, Mr. Olumide, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your submission. God bless you. Let me move on to the next person so that Mr. CBD, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. I would like you to talk to us. Guys, please press on the like button. Thank you very much. Love of God is my strength for the super chat earlier on. George Blueshell, thank you very much as well for the super chat. May God bless you all. I really do appreciate you all. Guys, if you are listening to us, if you like what we're doing here, please help us to press on that like button. Press on the $sign, support what we are doing. God bless you all. Mr. CBD, please unmute yourself, sir, and talk to us.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Niger Watch. Greetings to everybody, the panelists, and everyone listening to the program. Well, a lot have been said, but I think let me just start with just a little bit of statistics that, you know, the Western world, especially white people, before they say one or two things, they will just drop one statistics because it kind of helps for people to really, you know, to give like facts to what is really happening. Maybe the facts can be contested, but it's mostly true. Now, the chief of army staff, or the man that came out and was talking all those things he's saying, and talking about IPOB. The truth of the matter is that this thing, in my opinion, is this what is it? They say there's a term for it. Is smoke screen. It's a smoke screen strategy that they use to just justify the incompetence of the security forces and the defense. Because if you look at the statistics of how many people Boko Haram have killed, that came out, was it last year or 2 years ago? They said over since their inception in 2002, they've killed over, about 50 something thousand people have lost their life in the hands of Boko Haram. And the one for the
63,000.
Yes, yes. Then the one for the what is it called? The herdsmen, terrorist herdsmen. As of, they said in 2 years that 7 point something thousand people lost their life at the hands of those herdsmen. And obviously, the incompetence of Nigerian mainstream media, and how most of them are, I think if not all of them, have been captured by, these corrupt forces. So with their underreporting and everything, they were still able to place it at 7 point something thousand people have lost their life at the hands of these people. And the same people brought out a statistic of how many people have lost their lives through IPOB. And they said in 2001 to 2002, no, sorry, 2021 to 2022, about 57 deaths were related to IPOB's activity. So, and with all this, with these statistics now, where do you think the military should invade, and where do you think they should have their highest form of operation? So, but you go to the east, before you move 1 mile, you find soldiers, so that's just to tell you that this whole thing is just a silent war going on, that Igbo people know for a fact that it's there. It's just the other people, Nigerians probably don't realize that, but we know what we are dealing with, and it has been there for a long time now. The media is not covering it because they were instructed to. So it doesn't mean it's not there. And let us stop trying to make excuses and try to rationalize everything for these people. Say, oh, that maybe I'm talking about now the demolitions, that these people are trying to do something and the other people are saying tribal. If credible people are the ones handling these things, if these people have a track record of, being fair and not being corrupt and not having that sinister characteristics towards a certain ethnic group, then we can take their word for it. But we have seen time and time again people that are in mainstream politics. Even Bayo Ononuga, who is he right now? Is he not a front man in the media, whatever, of the current administration? Is he not the same person that was saying so much about, making all manner of tribal remarks? Have we forgot what FFK said? The same FFK that came and told us that he was in a meeting where they are saying that they will deal with Igbos, and he was saying, hey, why are they talking like that? So, and we'll still come here, some of us, and we'll try to make it look like we are more civilized, and, like we are dealing with people that, that are credible. So if you're talking about, okay, some people might have built on whatever channel for, that's fine. Nobody is even dragging that. Everybody, Nigerians should follow the law. But at the same time, why is it only, are you trying to tell me that it's only one ethnic group that have been building on waterways? And why has the why is the government not talking about their own incompetencies and their own failures for even giving those people permits and giving them the go ahead to, for them to build on those lands? So you might say, oh, the citizen will be more will be held more accountable than the government. So I don't know how we are. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know how we are reasoning this thing. So it's quite unfortunate, and for it to now look like, okay, should we start talking about those leaked conversations and all that? So it's just look at the other day, the man, reacting to what has been going on recently with what the Oba of Benin said and all that. We saw this man, I think it's the Balogun of Lagos. He came out and told everybody from, trying to counter the Oba. In that same process, he alluded that the current president is from Borno. He even talked about himself coming from Nupe, and all of them are in Lagos. How is it that they have not even invited him to ask him that why will you say the president is from Borno? So if he's actually from Borno, so does it mean we have two Borno people we have the president Borno and the vice president Borno? So it's just that's a topic for another day. But the truth of the matter is that Nigeria, I don't know if it's a real place anymore. I don't know if it's a real place. It doesn't look like it's a real place to me. And with the Igbos, yeah, Madam Rita, I understand. I agree with what you said about the strategy that some of these people that are calling for an independent Igbo or Biafra region, well, it needs to change, because I also have been thinking that way. But at the same time, we need to understand something that the Igbos have been dealing with a silent war with these people that are supposed to be protectors of the entire Nigerian space. And those are the people Igbos are dealing with. Do you understand that the way they react to an Igbo man standing up against them is totally different from the way they react to a northern or southwestern person standing up against them? So when they are now handling things, I'm not giving any justification for not standing up for yourself, but
You
still
want
they
to
have
do
to.
what? Wait.
But still, they have to stand. They have to stand up to them for themselves in a more careful manner, just to avoid, because everybody, the same Nigerians now that is talking Igbo man, many of them will come out and say, "Hey, these people like problem. Oh, why can you just go there and open your mouth and talk?" And meanwhile, the man is standing up for himself. And I'm not pointing hands to the South because I believe we are close to the South. We are
All right, thank
basically
you, Oga.
okay, just sorry, 30 seconds. So, I believe we basically share a lot of things in common, but at the same time, you must understand that the divide and conquer thing is extremely, what they did it's extremely deep among to divide the South and Southeast. That's why up to now, I'm not talking about the South people, maybe the leaders, the political leaders. You find out, look at what Clark came out the other day to say, and you will think that we have all been on the same page. So we need to look at all those things. It's not something that we can just brush aside and just sweep under the carpet. We need to start addressing the thing the way it is. And I don't want to point a finger at anybody, but we need to also understand that we need to make conscious moves to come together, because there's a lot of divide and conquer among the South and the Southeast. So let me leave it there for now. I'll talk more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Oga CVD. May God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Okay, before I call on the next person, let me quickly appreciate Madam Luke. Madam Luke, you've done it again. God bless you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Your pocket never run dry. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, let me quickly move on to Oga CM. Oga CM, are you available to speak now because your camera is off, or I should come back to you? Okay, let me come back to you, Augustine. Okay, we can.
Good evening, Niger Watch. I'm
I just say you
available.
travel. You say you never ready to talk. Oh.
I almost traveled though, but
You go do small nanny walk.
Because my mind is not
Augustine,
ready.
I don't know if you have information about the demolition that happened in Anambra then when Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State.
What P2B demolished in Anambra was, if, in those days there were kidnapping. If it happens, because when they kidnap people, maybe they kidnap you in Lagos or anywhere, they put you in a house, not in the bush, feeding you. People might not know that somebody there is being kidnapped, but the moment they know that this house was used for kidnap, P2B will bring caterpillar, bring it down. That land belongs to Anambra State government. So that's what he was doing. Kidnapping is not because of where you
That was
build.
not bad.
Yes, because he demolished two-story building on New Market Road, Onisha, meant for hotels. So somebody there, they are using it for kidnapping people, lodge the person there. You think it's a something like a guest. So when P2B discovered and there was evidence, he went and pulled it down. That place now is Anambra State government property. So that's what he was using. Now, regarding the one Soludo did, let me start since you said this. Soludo is expanding urban development to the extent that when he went to widen a road, 2 lanes, if you go to Onisha, people studying there or maybe we tell you, so many roads are being widened. He called the people because there's a talk in the town that Soludo was campaigning, say he will turn Anambra into Dubai, Taiwan. So people were using it to mock him, say, look at Dubai, where is the Dubai? Soludo said we have to do some disruptions. In his manifesto, he put the word disruption. That disruption does not mean that you didn't build in a particular place. So in terms of disruption, he's saying that this single lane will now be double lane to befit a state capital. Therefore, what are you going to do? He will knock down the building. Trust our people, you build to the gutter. This one will build to the gutter. So he will knock it down, pay compensation, widen it. That's what Soludo is doing. Is there in Anambra State? Ask anybody. That's why in my local government, Agwate Ekulobia, he's putting a mighty, the biggest ever to be seen, probably in the southeast, overhead bridge, flyover. He demolished almost 100 meters both ways. He paid the people. He said compensation. What? How many billion naira? Not because of the cost of the building, but including compensation. So Soludo is paying compensation. When people cite that, Nigerians like to be in one spot. Maybe the person may be in Newcastle and be telling you what is happening in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil, where you've not visited there. Why can't Nigerians go to Anambra and ask Soludo? Soludo, because he want to change certain things, he came to Lagos, told Lagos, I need last man. Those people enforcing Lagos State, is it not transport something, where you park your car in Lagos, they confiscate it. I mean, you pay fine. Soludo brought them to Anambra State. They lectured our people, say this is what he's doing. Do you know what Soludo said? He said if you can drive carefully in Lagos and be careful where you park, you must do so in Anambra State. So he implemented it. So in other words, for people saying that he's demolishing buildings in Anambra, he's paying compensation just because he wants to widen it. That's what he's doing. So it's as simple as that. He's paying
Can I ask you
compensation.
a question?
And he has a meeting. Okay. Who is asking a question here?
Yeah, I wanted to ask because you said he was paying compensation because he wanted to widen the road. But from what I gather in Lagos one, the drainage had already been built, but they blocked it. They blocked it completely and built on top of the drainage, and that was the issue. If Soludo wanted to widen the road, that is a totally new thing. Probably the people that built the properties to the road, they didn't tell them not to build to that point. So because he wants to widen the road now, he has to compensate them.
Where did you gather it from?
Because the road was properly, they built their property. The people that he was destroying their property, they built their property properly because the road was not where he wants to widen the road. That's why he has to compensate them.
What I'm trying to say is that some people, anybody citing Soludo, what Soludo is doing in Anambra demolition property, just like Niger Watch asked me about P2B, I tell you why P2B did it, and then everybody clapped hand. That example does not suffice. It does not match. It's like comparing apple and the oranges. The one in Lagos, to be honest with you, what made my little bit of the type of mind I had today was, after listening to Iwanyanwu speak, I thought I was implicating, to be honest with you, Lagos State government, not knowing that this is Federal Housing Authority. So it's from the federal government. It's only that they contracted, just gave Lagos State, maybe Lagos contractor, you go and do it for us, we pay you. This is our so the Mr. Arinzechi, who they interviewed on Arise News, which some of you cited or was made reference to. The man was saying it's FHA, Federal Housing Authority. Not really, because it's in Lagos, is the issue. But it's federal. So in other words, the corporate here, or not really, I wouldn't say the corporate, the agency involved is FHA, Federal Housing Authority. So it's an organ of the federal government. So this is purely a federal vendetta from Abuja, visited on our people in Lagos. But as who said it, I like what he said. Forget about it, because everybody is traumatized. He said they are conducting a research. He opened an office in his department under him, that everybody affected, bring your paper. They will go through it. If it's genuine, just because of wickedness, then they stand by you. But if not, well, you should, you people had it. So I believe that, because I said it before, in a matter like this, just like when P2B was demolition in Anambra State, people were clapping because they said, this is a house used for kidnapping. True or false? True. Bring it down. And before he did it, he went to House of Assembly. They passed a law. Till today, that law is still subsisting in Anambra State. Before P2B did it, he went to House of, and they passed a law, empowered him, said any house used
but
for
CM, is that
kidnapping.
not even harsher than what is happening in Lagos?
No. Listen. So far, that's what they call law. It's not harsher. Because P2B felt that there is no need seizing it. When he leaves office, people will still buy it. So let them. By the way, why should you use a house? Why should you use a house for kidnapping? Those who are. No, I'm coming. Those
If
are
the
coming
owner of the
to.
house doesn't know, why destroy the
How
person's
can
house?
you say it's harsher?
No, if the owner of the property doesn't know, that's what I'm saying.
You know, why shouldn't you know? Is it not?
You say one of them was a hotel now.
No. Yeah, the hotel, they were using it. The owner works there. Before they, listen now. Before they pull it down, they will get the owner and tell him, you are using your this thing, tell us. Because if you are not using it, why not report to police? If you have, do you know that it's a law in Nigeria? It's a law in Nigeria now that when somebody lodges in your hotel, at the end of every morning, you submit the guest that slept overnight to the nearest police station. It's a law in Nigeria. Such that if there is anybody they are suspecting, no, it's a law in Nigeria now. It was then I knew. So if you are operating a hotel anywhere in Nigeria, you have the right to welcome any guest, stay there. Every morning, you submit the particulars of that guest to the nearest police station. Not before, when the person submit. If you fail to do it, and it happens that they are tracing something back to it, you are guilty. Because if you submit, you do not have you do not have the resources to know who is a thief and who is not a thief when they are coming. Anybody can show you ID, everything. He said, okay, pay, you go in. But make sure that all those details, you hand it over to the police. Yes, Niger.
Okay, but for me, I support Niger on that aspect. Demolition a building because say kidnappers go kidnap people for there and the owner is not aware. I remember I kicked against that 2014 in Edo State.
The owner is aware.
If the owner is aware on this, yes, that's fine. But I'm saying it happens in Edo State. I think it was Oshomole as well, that did it in Edo State. I was one of the people that kicked against it because maybe the owner, for example, lives abroad. Your tenant now go they carry kidnap people for your house. Tomorrow now they can't tell you for abroad say they don't bring your house down because kidnapper was keeping people there.
That doesn't seem fair. Yeah, it doesn't seem fair.
The owner is aware because even before then there was a law passed and it was told in fact, let me even say it. Maybe I'm not trying to hold brief for anybody. If you're operating a hotel, there are guidelines. Because they will tell you. It's like you are entering hall to write exam. They say, look, if you are found with anything, you are off. They're going to jail you. So they warn you beforehand. They were warned. It's not.
Yeah, but see, and by that standard, then what they are saying in Lagos is that they are saying that they are challenging the landlords to bring their document from the state. That if they don't bring it, it's the same thing.
You see, what I believe, Iwanya nailed it, and that's what I said somewhere elsewhere. That look, the simple thing, no need the trading words. If you know they bring your this thing, they knock down your building, and you have every details, the approval plan, because the plan will be approved. Forget whether it is rogue or not. Is it approved? Whether somebody is doing a racket in FHA, the Nigerians will know. Because the thing is that if it's approved, it's like you go to a bank and the bank gives you a fake currency. You don't know that somebody in there is working on you, giving you fake currency. But when you come out, you say it was given to me by First Bank. Look at the stamp on the wrap. It's First Bank. So it's not for First Bank to find out how the thing came out. So they have to do. That's why
That becomes a
somebody
police
said,
matter.
I'm coming. Somebody said that's why FHA, there is a racket going in there. But you cannot use that racket to go and hold the people responsible as long as you show a paper, because nobody can go and forge a paper from Federal Housing Authority. Maybe 1, 2, 3, but it cannot be hundreds. It cannot be. It can never be.
But in other words, what you are saying is that if somebody gets fake currency from that bank, they should be legitimately be able to use that currency to buy something else. But they shouldn't. That's what local authorities do.
Let me say this before you continue.
Let me clarify this. No. Hold on. I'm not saying that if you get fake currency, use it to buy. As long as you trace it, the fake currency comes from the bank and the bank acknowledges it. It's for bank to do what they want to do. It is not for you to know what is a fake currency or not.
Make your point. Please make your point. Don't let
I think no, hold on. This is good that we are having this discussion.
No, please let everybody talk before you start having your
We are talking with an open mind here. We are talking with an open mind here. I think we are getting somewhere.
The burden of proof is on the government. Go and ask government the question. Stop asking CM.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to Nigeria. Please,
ask your APC government.
You see, he doesn't want us to get shed light on anything.
Okay.
So what I really want to say,
CM,
yes,
please, nobody should interject him. Let him finish. I have other people waiting. I have Madam Ife, Mr. Jonathan. They are waiting. Please, CM, please go ahead. Finish in the next 3 minutes, please.
Really? Okay, I try. Okay, the thing is, so on this demolition, I stand by what Iwanyanwu
Okay,
said.
have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I stand by what Iwanyanwu said, because to me, Iwanyanwu was saying with an open mind. That's why they're opening a fund for them to help them. Obviously, out of 100 or 200, there must be 1 or 2 that are genuine. That's what we are saying. All of them cannot be fake, and all of them cannot be genuine. We get to the bottom of it. But what people are now saying is that what pains me most was, how can you get to somebody 1 hour? You have 1 hour to leave the house. Under 1 hour, when you get in the wee hours, maybe you are sleeping with your boxer short, like a man like me. I sleep with boxer short and maybe a t-shirt in the night. You don't know whether you are next to your wife or something, or your girlfriend. They knock on your door, give you 1 hour. Like the man was saying, you can see that Arinzechi was traumatized. In fact, I don't even know, if it's me, I don't know how I'm going to be coherent. You tell somebody with a caterpillar 1 hour to get out. By the way, even if you want to demolish, are there no letter you must have written to them? By now, FHA should have said, these are the letter we wrote to them. Publish it. That we gave them that 10th of June, or maybe or this. Get out. You wait to somebody 1 hour in the morning. That 1 hour, you haven't even waking you up. You haven't said your morning prayer. You haven't even been able to dress up. What are you going to carry? Your teaspoon, your teacup, or your mobile phone? What are you going to take out of the house? And they start demolition. Anyway, but that is, let me just leave it, because I really want people to, what I really want to deal with this evening was this militarizing of the Southeast. You know, people tend to don't understand what Ndigbo go through in Nigeria. Michael Zekome, Akpaka Vigi of Edoland. He's from a village near Agene border. He's not Igbo. But because he was able to drive around the Southeast, he came out, he put up a very powerful article. He said Ndigbo under siege. We know all this. People say they are looking for people carrying arms, all this, all that. We know. In the UK here, sometime in London, they were doing stop and search. If they stop you as a black man to search you, if you have 500 pounds or 10 pence in your pocket, after the search, that 10 pence will still be your own. No problem. The only thing is that you wasted the time. Maybe they're in a hurry to go to a wedding. You stop and say, we're searching. He will oblige you because he's a police officer. He will search your car, search you very well. Even if you have the money you have in your own, on your pocket, is your own. In Southeast, it is not like that. What they are doing in Southeast is extortion. And we've been complaining about this. We've been complaining. Stop me, CM, from a car. I will come down. I know that I'm not guilty of anything. You go through the car, you search everything. In the end, you say, okay, carry on. By the time you do it 1 week, 2 weeks, you will get tired. Because people will know that there's no point carrying arms in the car. You have a checkpoint in front of us. So why are you carrying it? It's only a stupid man will do that. But the police are not sent there. And the army, they are not sent there because of this. This cover. They're extorting money from our people. I illustrated it by saying, I can't, because I'm in UK. If I'm going home, I will buy a toilet soap I'm going to use in the village from UK. It's stupid. I can't do that. Even if I have the money. There are there are toilet soaps I can get in the village. When you go to the village, you price it. They give you the price. You say, but the other place, he said because of all this checkpoint now, when we buy it from Onitsha in carton, toilet soap, on your way going, they will take money, extort you from Onitsha down to our village because they go to main market. The same thing with container. Niger, what? Maybe I will give you so that you see 62 checkpoints between Lagos toll gate and the Onitsha head bridge. Every toll gate, you see people taking money from, even if you carry bag of rice, because we are Igbos. So when we say this, people don't understand. That is the mayhem. That is the enslavement. That is what triggered the Nnamdi Kanu to say, look, we can't take it like this. You see that these people get out of our place or not. There's a man called Babajide Kolade Otitoju, journalist hangout, TVC. He said it on quiz on some tape. He said the police officers, when they graduate, they are lobbying to be posted to the Southeast because that is their cash cow. They go there and take money from people. So when
because
you say
they are lazy.
Listen, so when you hear militarizing, for Ozekome to write it, Ozekome didn't cite any other place in Nigeria. He said the Southeast. Ozekome is not from it's not Igbo. But he's being honest. He said, what did Igbos do? So when you hear this type of thing, when we look at it, people don't know the trauma Ndigbo go through in Nigeria. That's why some of us, when we see that, I said, look, what really end this? You complain, nobody will do anything. Dude, are you telling me that Ndigbo are so illiterate that none of them know how to write petition to government to say this is happening? Ohanaeze Ndigbo, former President General Nyanwodo, went to channels. He said when the thing get to him, he had to conduct independent research. They use a secret camera. He said, you see people asking for money, they are throwing it down like chicken. He went to channels. Chamberlain also was the person interviewing him that day. So when he said all these things are so unbecoming, he said, why should they be treating us like this? You will travel from Zaria to Funtua, Zaria to Guzo. You won't see anything. You will even travel from a lorry to Bomosho. Hardly you can see all this type of thing happening. It's only in the Southeast. So when they say we are under siege, we know what we are saying. But some people cannot take it anymore. That's why they're opting that, look, let us get out of Nigeria. Let us be a country of our own and organize ourselves the way we want. It's not that we can't complain. This is not demolition. Already, people are saying, why I don't want to dwell so much on this demolition is that some people come up to say their own is also demolished. I agree. But let those people join their voice. Let them, so the more the merrier. So that let it not sound, those people that think they're going to do what Kunle and the Alaji said in the telephone conversation. Kunle being the former, I think, is it Adeosho, one governor in your state or so. Then the Alaji being the present vice president, that they will make sure that Igbos are nothing, they will reduce them to nothing. By the time they become useless, they will take over their business and demolish their homes in Lagos. He said, all these are on tape. Maybe one day you play it here. I'm not making it up. So all these are the trauma Ndigbo go through in Nigeria. I'm always in a Zoom meeting. Any day you didn't see me here, maybe there's a Zoom meeting I'm attending or I couldn't finish in time. I'm somewhere. So when the people complain to us, I said, then what do you want? Thank God we took in time. I remember Alex saying, where are Igbos not speaking up? Why are they not speaking up? Where is Chimamanda? Where is this? That's a fair question to ask. But they are trying to put things together. One of the people with Iwanyan Okeke from Amich, S.E. Okeke, the one that little bit old, former chairman of Police Service Commission, he said he spent the entire day in that estate where they are demolition, Abulado. He said he wanted to gather facts. So now they are talking with facts. That's what made Iwanyan to say, Ohanaeze will stand behind anybody whose case is genuine to make sure that he gets all he wants. And that is what made them to say they are going to set up a trust fund for anybody, not just Ndigbo, who must have suffered anything. This is unbecoming. So this is purely from federal government.
CN, can I ask you a question in rounding up? Is it not possible for the Igbo elite, like Nwanyanwu, the elected governors and all of them, that, I mean, to kind of come together in a consensus and have a meeting with Simon Ekpa? What does he want? Kanu's people, what do they want? And present a front to the federal government and say, this is what the Igbo people want for peace to reign. We've been marginalized too much. This is very obvious. But for us to have a sense of belonging to this one Nigeria, for us to have a sense of control of our destiny, this is what we want. Can the Igbo people not come together and with the elites and have that?
That bridge has been crossed many times, sir. Many times.
The thing is,
They've presented it a lot of time.
Thank God the question you asked is not in my position to take that decision, but I welcome it. The Igbos, I know, the governors made input in what Iwanyanwu said. It don't think that because it took them time. That's why people were waiting the impromptu announcement. They didn't. I know it took them time. The 5 governors, they made an input into what Iwanyanwu said. They know. So they want to speak through Ohanaeze, not Soludo talking as Anambra governor. Then maybe not Dave Umahi, Alex Otis.
Mr. Sien, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Please, Mr. Sien, can you please dive into when the Easterner, how they lost a lot after the Civil War, how they keep on losing their property in the North? Can you please brief us on it?
No, please. I won't forget. I will say it. I will say it in second round when the time
exactly.
comes.
Not now.
I will say not now. But remind me. I will say it if I forget. So please round up so that I do not keep everybody.
Round up in 1 minute, Madam. If you need to speak to us.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: in rounding up, what Iwanyanwu said is in order, because I always like to be fair. It does not mean that if they demolish 200 people houses, that the whole 200 might be genuine. Maybe one person must have contravened. Maybe one. But because of that one person, you can't say all of them are genuine. But what we are saying is, even if you want to demolish somebody's house, what notice did you give the 1 hour in the morning? Is that the best? Is that what I'm saying? 1 hour in Nigeria of today? That's what P2B is saying. That is what every right-thinking person is saying. 1 hour you come and knock at the person. Why not do it why not say 10 o'clock in the morning? You come and do it. Why must you go early in the morning? It comes as if the thing is something like very sinister. That's what people are saying. It doesn't mean, even before then, why not charge the people to court? What is the rule of law for? You built on this. The case is in court. At most, we are here in the UK when there was theft of looting in London. Court sat on Sunday in UK for the first time. Or maybe, if I'm mistaken, please somebody correct me. Court, because they want speedy dispensation of justice. Why not say all these people you are building here, massive, all of them, Federal High Court, Abuja or Lagos. The court will decide, say, look, from the evidence before us, this. Did you take them to court? Or it was a case that you decided? So thank you. Let me hold on here. Next time, I will answer Panta's question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. God bless you for coming in to clear the air on some of the doubting questions we're having here. Okay, let me go to Madam Ife. Madam Ife, thank you very much for your patience. I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you, ma.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, guys. It's very interesting what is happening in Nigeria, but I'm going to have a different opinion, and that different opinion is going to be based on the demolition of the houses in Lagos. First of all, this is not the first time this has happened. I'm sure a lot of people know. CM, I think you too can testify this is not the first time they demolished houses in Lagos. It's been like ongoing stuff, but apparently this is the one that everybody now started talking about it. Again, I am an Igbo girl, typical Igbo. I mean, when I mean typical Igbo, the Igbo girl, but I'm going to be honest with my people. It is high time we start talking about going home to invest. I don't believe in one Nigeria. I don't believe in it. Because when you have certain people that are being marginalized, it's not only Igbos that are being marginalized. Let's understand that. I hate when people make it look as if only Igbos are being marginalized. A typical Nigeria that is the Nigeria is being marginalized. I don't think what is happening in Nigeria is affecting only Igbos. It's affecting everybody. So I've always said that Nigeria is not a country. It's a company run by a specific group of people. So let's understand that and understand it very clearly. In terms of the properties being demolished, my parents, they live at Onitsha. And I said it in one of the previous this thing I was in. That demolition happening, we are victims of flooding where we live. When we moved down there, it's in Fege Housing Estate, Fege Onitsha. It was a beautiful estate, very beautiful, right? Then what happened? People started building on top of Wangene. Wangene just like a canal. And what did it cost? It cost flooding to start coming into our house. As I'm talking to you, Elvis, that house, they don't park in the compound. They park along the street. Even the kitchen, I said this last week, even in our kitchen, they have to put blocks. Why? Because they decided to sell some part of the canals to people, one for the church and school, to build on top of it. So every rainy season, you just feel like, oh my God, they don't like rainy season. The fence to our house has been brought down. I think this is the third time. For one reason or the other, they will say, oh, it's because of the landmark. Nobody's complaining. But when somebody said something in one of the previous shows he said, I am so happy that they are doing this because he is a victim of flooding in Lagos. If that happened down there in Onitsha, I will be so happy too. Concerning what is happening in Lagos, this is where I have a problem. My question, don't they have commission of housing when those land were allocated? Somebody signed off. Somebody in the government was aware of what is going on. That is where I have a problem. I don't want us, the Igbos feel like, oh, it's only Igbos property. I'm sure that when they look around that area, it's not only Igbos, but maybe the majority of them are Igbos. But let's have sense. Mr. Elvis, let me tell you something. They demolish all these houses. 10 years from now, they will sell the same land. Guess who's going to buy it? The same Igbo people. Demolish this house in 2023. 10 years in 2033, the same Igbo people will go and buy land. As in fact, I'm even taking it for next year, they will sell the same piece of land. People will go and buy it. That is how stupid we are. Excuse my language. So my message to my Igbo people, we have seen what is going on in our country, in our company called Nigeria. Let us go home and build our own. If you think that one Nigeria is going to work, it's not going to work, whether you like it or not. When Tuna just spoke earlier, I agree to extent what he said, in as much as, yes, people think he's controversial. But when you listen down there to what he's saying, you can see where he's coming from. I'm not a fan. I mean, me and him, we have gotten into it word to word, back and forth. But let's try and respect people's opinion or people's decision when they voice their own opinion. But what I'm telling you in terms of these properties being demolished, somebody was saying, Igbos, we are not going to go home. We will stay here. We are part of the Lagos. No, you are not. Because come sun, come rain, I heard that the court asked them to stop the demolition. Trust me, the person that has the upper hand now is not the court. It's governor of Lagos State. He has the right to say no, he's not going to listen to them and continue the demolition. And guess what is going to happen? Nothing. So if the Igbos are listening, let us begin to think about, is it not time for us to start going home? Growing up, I remember when people used to come down there to buy goods and go back to Lagos. Now people don't go, either because of the insecurity or because of what CM was talking about, having a lot of checkpoints. Martin Nnamdi Kanu, a little bit, I'm not a fan too. But I wish he could have done some things differently. Honestly, I wish he could have. I know he has the best interest of this country called Nigeria. I wish he would have done a little things differently. Trust me, we won't be here. If anybody expecting us to be united, especially the Igbo leaders, we are deceiving ourselves. But for people asking for Biafra, Biafra will be easy for us to get. Only if the 5 Eastern governors will unite together. Unfortunately, of course, they are part of the system. So that's why getting this Biafra will be very, very difficult. However, since they don't want to give it to us, let us gradually move down home. Go develop our place. So if you want motor pass, you take a transport from Lagos and come to East and buy motor pass and go home, or motorcycle pass. Come down there. But we don't have, I won't say we don't have common sense. Yes, we have sense, but this is not it's not a smart idea for us. You don't want to wake up in the morning and all of a sudden you be on the street in your own country. How can you tell me that Northerners, they have 12 states, Easterners, they have 5 states? Why? Because you're telling me because of their population, and that's by choice. If there is equity, fair, and justice, nobody will be asking to leave Nigeria. But that's not the case. If Nigeria is working, we won't be here talking about Nigeria. It's because the reason why we're here is apparently because of the election and what happened in the election. Our president is traveling literally every month. He's in a different conference or the other. Tell me what those conferences have done to our Nigerian economy. Nothing. Instead, we are borrowing. You see, he's in Dubai for something summit. Did you see the entourage? Did you see the entourage he went with? Do you know how much it's going to cost them just for all of them to pay for their tour for that 1 week or how many days they're going to stay? In a country where we are the second, followed by India, the largest poverty capital in the whole world. Look at our budget. You see how much they budgeted for president and the vice president meal. What are they eating? Is it not the same rice and beans? What else are they eating? During when he presented what is it called, the budget, they were singing on his mandate, on your mandate. I mean, what the heck is that? So there is nobody in the house that can speak up. Natasha Oti, the woman I thought that, she's going to be a force. Somebody was telling me, don't count her. Oh, don't count her because she said that, that she saw the budget, that is good. I say, sure? I say, sure?
If you can ask a question.
Yes, sir.
So in what way do you think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu could have been strategic?
Let me tell you something. If I were Nnamdi Kanu, let me tell you where you're coming from. If I were Nnamdi Kanu, first thing I should have done, I will come first of all and contest for governor of Abia State. Since you have this crowd of Igbos behind you, there is no way he would have not won that election. If he wins the governor of Abia State, Nnamdi Kanu will be in charge of Igbo Southern region. Anybody that he will be the one appointing, you're the one that you're gonna vote for. From Anambra, wow. You're the one that you're gonna vote for.
I like what I'm listening to.
Okay, I get
God
you.
bless you, my sister. God bless you.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. You're the one I'm gonna vote for in Enugu State. Trust me. By the time Nnamdi Kanu gets all of them and said, these are my people, the Nigerian government will start shaking. Trust me, you don't even need to beg them to let us go.
One more question. If you want more question, please. So the other question is, don't you think that when you now tell the Igbo people, your brothers and sisters now, to go back home and develop your state, which is fine, take your business back home, you are kind of setting them up for a trap that the enemy that the enemy wants you to be in one. The reason why I say that is because number one, the eastern states right now is not independent of Nigeria. They still control the eastern. Nigerian government still controls the eastern states. Then two. The other one is your businesses that you think that you will take to Aba or Onisha, and you think that the other tribes will order from Lagos or Abeokuta. I'm telling you, the indigenous, the people that you think will take over their business in Lagos, and they will lose their market.
All right, thank you, Oga. Let her finish. Go ahead, Madam Ife.
Let me tell you something. This is what they have put in your head. There are people in Onitsha, remember, that are doing so well. There are people in the eastern part of Nigeria that are doing extraordinary well. Are you telling me that if there is no Lagos, we will not survive? Mind you, there was a time East was booming before people started migrating to Lagos. My mother is a businesswoman. When I mean a businesswoman, she's a businesswoman, okay? Then she will tell you people from the South, everywhere will come down and buy their market. She will call this allergy, call this person, call this person. Then all of a sudden, people started migrating to Lagos. Remember June 12th? When June 12th, a lot of people left Lagos. If you drop a pin on the floor, on the street of Lagos, you will hear the sound. My people get sense. Simon Ekpa, who has literally taken over Nnamdi Kanu, these are the things he's supposed to be doing. It's not about instigating, kill this person, do this thing, do this thing. That is not being smart. We have the economy of Nigeria on the palms of our hand.
My sister, you're generalizing in that place. So when you say Simon Ekpa is saying kill this person, you have to be careful because I think you're making a vague statement.
No. What I'm saying is that he's instigating violence. Let me use that word. That's what I mean. He's instigating violence. Okay? And that is the main issue. But instead of instigating violence, why not turn it around? These people are not gonna let us go. As a typical Nnewi woman I be, there is something you do it with your sense. When everybody start leaving Lagos and said, you know what, let's go. Excuse me, let me ask you a question. What are he was doing in the north? Somebody showed this thing of the houses Igbos have in the north. I almost cried. Tomorrow, we remember what happened to the Igbo people in north. Remember when they did the Kano riot and all that stuff? If they demolish those houses tomorrow, you will say that you are being marginalized. I'm sorry to tell you guys, whether you like it or not, Nigeria
please, I beg. Let me just say one thing. I grew up also partly. Just wait here. Wait, please. You are one of the hosts here. I grew up partly in Aba, you see, and Aba. I also said it here some time back that Aba, Onisha, all those places have millionaires. Like you're right. I support you when you said that. People don't realize how many Igbos are not in Lagos and are doing so well. There are multi-millionaires, even billionaires in the East that has never lived in Lagos or any other region. That's a fact. But you need to understand that this whole migration thing where some people started coming out, that's why you keep on telling people that the brother that pointed it out to you that it's a trap. It's also the same thing. You're not migrating to an independent region. You must understand that it's the federal government policies and their way of operating that has put the East where it is economically, not the decision of people. And when you're talking about people migrating, do you understand how hard it is? It is 10 times harder right now to transfer goods from Lagos, Tinkan Island, or Apapa Port to the East than it was like.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think she is correct. You see what CBD is saying.
You see the problem, 10 years from now, if you don't do something, you still come back on this stage and say, have the same talk. If you don't do something, 10 years from now, you still be doing the same thing. So my question remains.
Not being Madarita fair talk since, but I'm gonna let Madar if he talk, I beg. Go ahead,
Let me tell you something.
If the Igbos carry out your advice, that's economic suicide.
They don't tell them
I object to that. I object to that. Can I interject?
It is
object to that.
If you I
object to that.
Buy your one-way ticket. If you buy your one-way ticket and go back to your state.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You don't have any trade in Yoruba land. What trade do you have? What trade do you have?
Sorry. What did you say, Black Panther? What did you
I say which trade you want to overcome the expats? Why are you saying that?
You will imagine the number of people that will take over that business.
Which people? Which people? Which people?
You will imagine. Let them try it.
Yeah, it's okay to take over business. Not to run it.
I have to mute you. Anybody that's talking
I used to respect you. I thought you have some sense, but I know that you don't even have any sense.
Madam Ifi, please. Continue.
You are nothing but a bozo. You know what they call a bozo? Go and check the dictionary. You are a bozo. Beautiful woman with no brains. That's what you are.
Why are you insulting her?
You let him insult me at first now.
Niger Watch, can you take Olumide out of this
No, I
channel?
have to remove him. He's be thrown out. He's been thrown out through the window.
You see, this is the problem we have in Nigeria. If you can call me a
Madam, if
beautiful
you
woman,
apologize for that, please go ahead.
that's okay.
Who doesn't like
he insulted me like that. You didn't throw him out.
If you don't like her submission, you'll be thrown out. That's it. Let her be. When you were talking, she didn't interject anybody. Who gave you the right to insult anybody here? Go ahead, madam. Thank you.
Olumide, I don't have anything to say to you, and also I don't need your apology, and we never. So let's keep it like that. What I'm saying is this. I said if we don't do something now, tomorrow we will come back and the same thing will happen and nothing will be said about it. I'm not expecting the Igbos to start moving their stuff. I know it is not easy, but let us have the thought at the back of our mind. What is the next step for us? In as much as I would have loved us to be together, but at the same time, this is not working for us. Lagos is not only developed city. The people, the same way you develop Lagos, you can develop your area like that. It's nothing special in Lagos. Lagos is overpopulated. There's nothing. Like people will say, because of the Tinkana line, because of the airport. You can do that yourself with the amount of money Igbos are controlling in Nigeria as a tribe. That will build an international airport for us. If you people really feel that this is the problem. But for those of you that want to disagree with me or want to attack me, next year we'll be here. We will talk about the same thing. 2 years from now, we'll come here.
My sister, I'm sorry about...
Now, we'll come here and talk
Madam,
about the same
I agree with you 100%. I'm going to explain during my session.
Yeah, my sister, I'm sorry for whatever might have that brother might have said, and but the only thing I'm trying to tell you is that we might not put it in the best way, but the truth of the matter is we cannot be oblivious to what the realities on ground is, because it's not about how many international airports is in the East right now. I think the only place that don't have international airports is probably Abia State. Do you understand that there are things that is totally out of the control of the southeastern governors and the people of the East? So are they the ones that are going to approve or give that federal executive whatever permits to fly in international planes in the East? Are they the ones that are going to approve seaports?
All right, guys, CBD, we need to move on now.
These things.
Thank
So
you.
we need to understand the role of the federal government in all these things. That's what that's why people are in Lagos, not because of not because they want to be in Lagos.
Thank you, guys. CBD. Thank you so much.
She's coming from a place of strength.
No, please, Tunaja, no.
1 minute.
Please. All this is no.
Everybody has been saying stuff all over the place.
No, that's the problem. Now everybody continue to interject, and the time is flying. We have someone that have not said anything on this platform since. Go ahead, 30 seconds. Tunaja, what you wanted to say? 30 seconds.
I think when you look at it, and we all know that the Southeasterners, they are the ones that have traveled Nigeria more than any other group, and they are quite large in population. So generally, when these sort of operations are being carried out, they are inevitably the most likely to be hit by it, because they are going to show up on as people that are not from that locality, and you are going to get this sort of situation. There is no other group that is uniquely populated like that is traveled all over the country. And I think what if he's saying is coming from a position of strength. You have to build your own area if other people are not giving you what you deserve. You have lands.
The only thing they can build is those beautiful houses and business that you're seeing in the East.
Please, everybody, please. The trajectory is messing up this broadcast right now, to be honest. Madam Ifi, you are done with your submission, right?
Yes.
I think I'm done. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's just come back to you again. Please, on this platform, we don't take anything to do with insults. Olumide said you were the one that disrespected him first, which I think I missed that area. You said you told him that he doesn't have sense. Please, in case of next time, anything to do with insult to anybody on this platform is totally prohibited.
Can I say something? Olumide, if you know Olumide, this is just his behavior and pattern. When he was talking, I didn't say anything. He does not have no right to interject me when I'm talking.
No. Interjecting you can call me out to stop him, but you can't tell him he doesn't have sense.
This is an ongoing stuff. This is something that was carried from another platform. So if he wants to have a war of word with me, I will meet him tomorrow on the damages, and I'm ready for him. By the time I finish him with, honestly, he won't come to
And to be fair, he had already started insulting Ife's submission before.
Naija Wash.
All right,
Naija Wash.
please hold on, everybody, please. Mr. Olumude, please stop that on the comment section, please. You know, if you, I don't like that. Stop.
Naija Wash, I have a query for you.
You hold on now, please. Okay, Mr. Olumude, don't pass anything to do with insult on the comment section anymore, or my admin will take care of you. And once you are blocked, you cannot comment on Naija Wash never again. And I don't really like doing things like this. Please, you know this platform. If you people will be fighting in another platform, that's fine. You pause for now. When you get back to that platform, you continue from the episode 2. But you cannot continue any episode on this platform, please. Insult is totally prohibited here, you know. So please, Lumide, you are not like that now. And they praise you day before, they praise you yesterday. Today, now you don't set fire everywhere.
Please, yeah, exactly.
Naija Watch. Some of us that are too obedient, the real OBE. You should sometimes you give us extra time. See, say I keep quiet.
Let me talk. You don't let me talk now.
Did he just say that? I can't believe he just said that.
I wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I get query for you, Mr. Naija Watch. You see the query I have for you, eh? You see, most of us, we know Olumide. Me, I know Olumide. CM know Olumide. I know where he stands on. He's just trying to pretend here. And yesterday he insulted me. He insulted me yesterday, but I know him. That's why I didn't really care.
But it's my right to protect him and protect
you. It's your right to protect him, but when you overprotect him, it jumps on our own image too.
I'm not removing him just now. You know, since I remove him,
because yesterday you didn't say what he said
you should not protect is
he accused me. He said I am always like that. Blocking people.
You see now,
he said it yesterday.
You see now, Black Panther, you said they protect Olumude. Another person now, CBD said they protect to Nigeria. Then Oga CM now go say they protect Madam Ifi.
No, then, you know they protect to Nigeria. You know they protect to Nigeria.
No,
we know to Nigeria well. That will leave
I want make clarification because we educate each other here. Do you know why this option of they told you now they can after that they were a mad issue? Why not flood the whole of Southeast with Biafran activists in the elect them into office? Now they cannot laugh. Maybe I will bring the tapes later.
Okay.
He said, this is what they will do. There is nobody that will stand under IPOB flag that won't win. But what they will do is they will first of all tell the person you didn't win. You go to tribunal will return you. Then federal government will now go to appeal court. And
God bless you.
And then they will not tell you because they've lured you into the legal system. They will not say go to Supreme Court. You go to Supreme Court, they knock you off. If you make noise, they say you see him. Now they cannot say no. We know
you have said everything.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please, thank you. All right. Before I call on Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, I would like to say that I don't know why Madam Isfi's submission triggered everywhere. For me, I don't see anything wrong with what she was saying because what she was saying is similar to what Mandarita submitted earlier on. You know, so for me, allow people to air their views freely. When it gets to your turn, use your 8 minutes, state counter anybody. You finish them on top of other people's submission. That's not a problem. But for some people, go there, use partial to the same. Can I target? If you can't count all those, can I target together? You can't find out only one person talk for 1 hour. That's cheating. You know, so please allow people to air their views.
Mr. Naija Watch, control the interjection. You control it. It will be okay.
But you know, let me tell you something that you guys must know. All the buttons to control the interjection is with me. But you guys already know my kind of person. I'm not the kind of person that like to put people on the backstage. I don't just like it. So when I say stop, una no they stop. That's
no, if you allow, the person will go. If you don't allow, the person no go talk. Simple as ABC.
So
yeah, and please, if our brother Olumide could apologize, we would like it, because I really respect the guy's view and a lot
I
of
don't need.
things. Eh?
Honestly, I don't need his apology. We will meet tomorrow in tomorrow's.
no. This what you people don't understand.
I don't need
He's
his
ready
apology.
for trouble now.
This Olumide and Madam Ife's episode will continue from another channel.
Yeah,
Me I not there concept to that
ongoing
one.
stuff with him.
But una not fit drop am for here. Olumide, I bet warm up or go train well, because they say the fight will fight tomorrow.
If he's ready for you.
Train Olumide, not tell you now, if woman beat you, go be shame. So let's move on, my people. I appreciate you all. Let me call on Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience. I'd like you to talk to us 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. I've just been laughing here all day, man.
But if he can set fire everywhere.
It's been so interesting. So I want to thank everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ndigbo. Thanks to all the panelists, all the submissions made so far today. Brilliant submissions. Even though I have my own objections to 1 or 2, and I would like to start on that. Just take about 2-3 minutes to deal on those areas that I think I have.
Mr. Jonathan, please, sir, could you speak and go close to your speaker? The voice is far.
Yeah,
please.
Sorry about that. Are you hearing me better now?
Always be close to your gadget, sir.
Yeah.
You put your gadget, you put your telephone for kitchen. They talk for us from inside toilet.
That's true. Sorry about that. I think I'm better now. Please confirm.
Okay, it's good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, yeah. So I'll just try to. I would like to deal with those two areas that I think I have a different position on. The first one is just the last one. Talking about the Igbo people. For me, I believe that.
I know they hear this man. Oh.
You need to get closer to your mic, for crying out loud.
Mr. Jonathan, are you still there? Mr. Jonathan.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, can you hear me now?
And you are
now we can hear you.
Now you go kitchen, so you never you be right. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry about that. So as I was saying, that with respect to the question of whether the Igbo people should just decide and go back to the east. For me, it is a two-edged sword. It is a two-edged sword. On one hand, or on the surface, it might sound good, or it appears good, for the Easterners to take that approach and say, okay, let's go back or take our businesses back home. But we must remember, we must know this fact that business is about market. Business is about production. It will work successfully for the Igbo people, for Easterners. It will definitely work successfully if they take that route, as many people has projected. It will work only, again I said, only if the Igbos that are going back to manufacturing. They are going back home to be manufacturers. They are going back home to produce. If they are going back home to be importers, as many of them are, it won't work. And that's why many of them will dare not to go back. Go back to the east, take all your business back, you are an importer, and you are doing successfully in Lagos or in other part of Nigeria. In fact, you are a billionaire. You have made so much money as an importer. Definitely, I know a sound business person will dare not to say, I'm moving to the east. So those are the factors that are there. So going back home is not just something that just, wake up one morning and say, okay, we're going back. No. Those that are producers, because if you are a manufacturer, you are a producer. If you go back to the east, people will come back. Even you go inside the ground, people will come back to you. They will find you out and buy your product. But if you are importing, you move to the east, another person will start to take it over. So that's that on that. So, and I believe many Easterners, many Igbo peoples that are business, I'm talking of real businessmen, they understand this fact. They know this fact very well. And the other one is on the issue of the house demolition in Lagos. See, for Nigerians, you can take anything away from Nigerians. Anything. Look, absolutely everything, and everything from them. They will not fight back. It is only their house. Nigerians will, and they know this fact. These politicians know this fact, and this is pure vendetta. We will check whichever way you want to spin it. It is pure vendetta on the Igbo people. You take electricities from Nigeria, they will resort to generators. Some people can even live without lights in Nigeria, in some part of Nigeria. In most part of Nigeria, even for years, they don't even have electricity. They will survive. They will not come out. Take away their roads. Let them be walking look at Benin. We saw so many roads, even on the eastern part of Nigeria. There's so many parts in the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that they've been renovating for 20 years now. They have not completed it. Go to the old Abeokuta Road, Songwater. Look at the dilapidated, look at the state of the road. Nigerians are just living by it, spending hours, 3-4 hours to get to their destinations. Trip that normally would take you less than 15 minutes. People will spend 3-4 hours, and they are living. They are okay with that. Take their roads, they are fine. Take their water, they will dig borehole. They will not come out. They will not complain. Take their hospitals. Those that have money will fly out. They will go and do. Even take their food. Nigerians will resort to 1 meal per day. Some people will even be eating that 1 meal. They can divide it into 2. They will survive. But their house, that is the only thing. That is the only thing. They can live even inside the water. But if you deprive them from living where they are, Nigerians will cry out. And that is where they are eating. I'm talking about eating them hard, eating the Eastern people so hard, demolishing their properties. And I want to say that they are still targeting so many other areas. For the fact that there are so many areas where there are so many Easterners living in Lagos. But unfortunately for them, there are also other people, Yoruba people, people from other parts that are blended together. So they can't really penetrate and go and do this same havoc that they are doing in the Festac area, the Okeado area in Festac. So this is pure vendetta. It is just pure vendetta. I don't see it in any other way. It's just revenge. Whichever way you want to split it. And people are speaking about the FHA, the Federal Housing Authority, all those, how people get, obtain their approvals and all the rest of it. We all know this. We all know this, how Nigerians are surviving on that minimum wage salary, that poverty salary that they are paying them. How do you think they are surviving? They are surviving on bribes, on kickbacks. That's how they are surviving. That's why they are not complaining. Everybody is just milking everybody. Fish eat fish inside the water. Fish survive by eating fish. We eat ourselves in that country. Because we ask ourselves, how are people surviving? It's through bribes and kickbacks. People working in FHA. What do you think they are doing? It's all on bribes. On that poverty wage they are paying them. Some of them have houses. Some of them, their children are studying abroad. On what? It's all on this. That is the state of the country. In fact, I know somebody commented, I believe it was August here, that maybe they will find one. In fact, I stand to be corrected. I don't think they will find any. All those people they will have their documents intact. Because I know so many people on this platform have houses in Nigeria. If you have built houses in Nigeria, even the moment you start building your houses, once you start, you will see people from the local government will show up, people from the federal Lagos State property, they will show up. Once you are building your house, they know all the nooks and crannies of Lagos. Go and get this, go and get. You will settle and settle and settle. If you don't know, your engineer knows. Your engineer has factored that into the bill he gave you. Maybe you build house in Nigeria, you think this is all there. All these people, they collected. Every department in Lagos State, they collected. The day you start foundation, you will imagine, how did these people know that there is a foundation that started here in this corner of Lagos, somewhere in Ikorodu? How did they know? They will show up. They have their contact, all the area boys. They go and tell them. They will just show up. You have to settle them. Even if you don't know, your engineer has factored that amount into the bill he gave you. He's the one settling them. But I know many people know because I am a living experience to that. You will pay. It does not matter where you build your house in Lagos. So I stand to be corrected. I'm waiting for the day when the Ohanaeze will finish their investigation. They will come out and say, we found one or two that is not correct. I don't think so. I don't think so.
And my brother, imagine First Stack that has the best plan building structure in mainland Lagos.
Yes. How?
And you're
How
still
can you
telling me
start
that?
building? Yes, I agree with you, my brother. How can you start building in that First Stack area of Lagos? Who born you? Who born your papa? You want to lay a block in that area without proper documentation. For where? How can that happen in Lagos? It just can't happen.
Jonathan,
You must have bought the project. Yeah.
Jonathan, what shocked me, to be honest with you, after this Iwaya or something, before I never knew it was federal housing. Federal. That is what shocked me. It's not even state, it's federal land. The area federal government owned in Lagos. Federal Housing Authority. The land, because federal government owns First Stack. It's not Lagos state government that owns First Stack. It's federal. So the area maybe left over is federal. So that's why I'm interested. Let me now know how somebody in Abuja federal, because it's not something that someone in Alausa in Lagos. It's federal. So let's now know how the federal authority gave the order that they should start demolition all this. Ohanaeze is conducting this thing with lawyers.
Thank you, Mr. CBD. Mr. CBD, please. I need to pick a call, please. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Good evening, Niger Watch.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Ito. I'm calling from Sierra Leone.
Okay, talk to us, sir.
Niger Watch, I salute you, but you're not being fair to me. I've been calling to correct some narrative. But
please, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize.
Thank you. We watch. You don't need to worry. We watch your program. We learn a lot, and then when it comes to some certain issues, we need to correct. We need to call in, and then we correct it. Number one, I need to thank CM for correcting the narrative of our sister about Nnamdi Kanu. Let me put it this way. Even our late General Odimogo Ojukwu, they push him into politics. Do you see, Niger Watch, are you aware that Ojukwu fell in his own community? He couldn't win an election in his own community. They rubbish him. Nnamdi Kanu was asked to go into election, and he categorically told them that they will ring you out and there is nothing you can do. The tape is there, the video is there. So I appreciate that is the reason why I was calling to correct that narrative, because Nnamdi Kanu made it clear to the whole world that they will ring you out and they will ask you to go to court. And when you go to court, you will all witness what is happening now. That's number one. Number two is our sister again mentioned that Samanepa have taken over, that they had taken over Nnamdi Kanu. I keep asking where and how. Who did he take over to? When did Nnamdi Kanu told Samanepa to take over IPOB? You see, Niger Watch, there are some things that make us to call because of some narrative people always bring out there, so that our people will not, it will not fly, because people like me will not allow it to fly, because I'm an IPOB member under oath. We started this struggle, we know how it go, we know what Nnamdi Kanu started from. I always say to people, you have the right to contact Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He will ask him that you want to see Nnamdi Kanu. If you can send you can send somebody that he wants to speak to Nnamdi Kanu. If you meet Ejiofor, talk to him, they will take you to Nnamdi Kanu. You will see him. People is going there to see him. This is the reason why people are not, try to, change the narratives. People went there to see him. And this young man in Finland, Nnamdi Kanu have sent message, not one, not twice, to tune what he's doing now down, because he knew that Nigerian government, the hatred against Ndigbo, they will use it. I am telling you, I am not telling you because I did not know. I'm telling you because I do know. You see the sit at home that is causing a problem. The sit at home was because Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. So Nigerian government don't want to bring him out because there was a rumor that they have killed him. What happened? The DOS, because people don't even know that Nnamdi Kanu has the people he left by the side called DOS. People don't even know about IPOB. Because Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, they start hearing these organizations. They are there. Even there's lawyers, they are there.
Okay,
So
are you saying that
refuse to
Nnamdi
bring him.
Kanu is not in support of what Samuel Ekpa is doing, right?
Not at all, not for one day. You can even go and ask Kozokome. Not for one. I said, Naja Watch, he has sent many people, not one, not twice, to Samuel Ekpa to tune what he's doing down. What I'm saying now is on record. Hold it. When Nnamdi Kanu come out, you can ask people. Will ask him this question, and that's why we're saying you can go to his lawyer. They will take you to man. You know the thing that pains me that people went to see Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. It's not. He's there. If you speak to his lawyer, and then he will ask Nnamdi Kanu, they will take you to there, and you will see him. Okay. People want to see him. So what I want to correct now is this. Whatever Samuel Ekpa is doing, he is doing it on his own. At the end of the day, the Igbos will hold him responsible. And let me tell you people something that people don't know. What you see this Nigerian military says, they were using Samuel Ekpa for a long time. He knows they were using him for a long time. I think the assignment is now done. So they are looking one way or the other to see if they can bring him or something like that. Naja Watch, what I'm saying you now is on what I'm about to say now is something I know. It's not something we made up. We don't make things up to make it look good. In Igbo land, I am an Igbo man. We know what is going in our land. Yes? Samuel Ekpa he's listening to this program. And some of the guys they caught, we know their testimony. Samuel Ekpa when you hear that they snatch cars and they take ransom from the people, these are Samuel Ekpa boys. They caught our people, they snatched their car, and they went and sold it. There is one guy he's using. Okay. That guy is called Success. We are trying to identify his real name and unveil him for the world. In fact, let me leave it here. There's a lot of crime Samuel Ekpa have committed in our land.
I hope your submission is not based on personal grievances for Samuel Ekpa or
no personal grievance. No, I don't.
Okay.
No personal grievance. It's Naja Watch, you know me. I am telling you, even the Nigerian military, the DSS, they are listening. They know what I'm saying now is the truth. They are showing me his voice he's using, killing our youth in the name of anytime Mazen Nnamdi Kanu case is coming up, he will start bringing some narrative. Right, trying to disturb his activities. But all I'm saying to him, one day all these things he's doing will cut off him.
Okay.
So Najawa, this is how I'm going to leave it. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Najawa, I wish we would just not go deep.
No. Please, I'm picking calls. Please, I don't need the trajectory now. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello, Najawa.
Yes, sir.
This is Ugo.
Oh, Mr. Ugo, please talk to us, sir.
Well done. Well done. The one of our sisters talked about the people moving their things down to Lagos. Just as the other young man have said, it is all about what is holding the Igbo people back in Lagos is policy. By the time it's a federal government policy, it's a deliberate act. I don't know what you're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like their SSCs in Lagos. You understand? And aside that Lagos, there are other parts of Nigeria where someone can settle. But because of their importers, by the time you import container and you travel all the way from Lagos, if you are conversant with that route, you see how people are losing their goods and losing their items. That is why, as an importer, they decided to stay close to Lagos because they have closed all the seaports in the southeast and east. They don't want to develop anyone in this eastern part. And they've closed one of Warrior and the rest of them. That is the reason. It is policy that makes people to actually move to Lagos. Look at how congested that place are. People are still struggling to stay there. Is there any life there? To me, there is no life there. I spent 16 years there. I spent in Alaba International Market and the rest. And anybody that wants sanity of his soul, is that place is not the best place for that person to stay. Yet our people are there. It's policy that kept our people there.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
All right, sir. Mr.
Coming to what this young man was talking about, Samuel Ekpa, I want to tell you, just like normal, when they are doing riots, they will hire other people that will join and they cause havoc. Sorry, when they are doing peace protests, there will be other people that will be introduced by the system to hijack it and cause havoc and mayhem along the line. And that was exactly what is playing out in Kano this man's case. You understand?
Thank you, Mr.
Whenever you hear now that Nnamdi Kanu is going to court, what will happen within that zero? So I think there are something that is not beautiful with the system that is working against Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ugo. May God bless you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me pick one last call quickly. Hello, thank you very much, sir. Please talk to us.
Yes.
2 minutes. Thank you, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Go ahead.
In fact, I don't tire to the talk of Nigeria matter. The truth is, we will keep on running around in circles if we don't address the major issue here. It's not a matter of tribe. The truth is, Peter Obi won that election. Every tribe voted for him. We have Yoruba obedience, we have Hausa obedience, we have tribeless obedience, we have Igbo obedience, and South obedience. He won the election. If we do not unite, those of us that love Nigeria, and take back that country, even if you want Biafra, even if you want foundational Biafra, you will not get even be talkless of Afra. Because the truth is this, they will trap you there. APC are already, you heard them singing on your mandate, we shall stand. That means that's the new national anthem that's coming up during their era. They are ready to take power for years to come. And trust me, you might think they are old, though. They are going to transfer that power to their kids. And their kids are going to transfer that power to their children. That's the way we are going now. If we do not unite to take back Nigeria, we are not going anywhere. I can see people saying this one saying this one attacking this one. All those Lagos demolition are ploys from APC to destroy the unity and destroy the people that are likely to come together and remove them from power. That's the strategy. So thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'm done with callers for now. Let me come back to.
Yeah, I was talking, Mr. Elvis, but you interrupted me with calls.
No, but you are done already.
I was not. I was interrupted. I was interjected rather.
Round up 2 minutes without no interjection. 2 minutes.
He was not done.
No, please let him speak. Let him interject for 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much. Let me just continue. One of the callers did talked about that he mentioned the fact that he's an importer, and he kind of alluded to what I said earlier, that the call for the Easterners to go back home should be focused on all Easterners that are manufacturers. You have the power to grant things in Nigeria, to bring government to the table. If you are an Easterners and you are manufacturing anything at all, even if it is ordinary, in fact, in fact, the smallest of item of all, move to the East. Move to the East. But those that are importers, it won't be advisable for them. Of course, that is clear. So let me just round up on this, these issues of I really wanted to talk on that, but again, I only spoke on the area that I have, objections on. I wanted to speak actually on the Supreme Court for them not certifying the copy of the judgment that was delivered. I wanted to speak also on the man Dogura, who talked about that you cannot. Winning an election election alone cannot guarantee you victory. You have to play by the rule. All these, and also the house demolition, all these matters, all these subject matters, it's kind of it actually affirm and reaffirm the fact that there is no rule of law in Nigeria. Absolutely. that the Supreme Court will deliver a judgment and that the Supreme Court will not have a certified copy of the judgment. For again, why? Why would that happen in a normal country? No record. That means there is no judicial jurisprudence as far as this judgment is concerned. Nothing to refer to. Except that judgment was recorded. There are people that have the record. And until they come out with that certified copy of that judgment, I stand to the fact that that judgment was written for them and that it will not stand the test of time, and that at the end of the day, when the delivered judgment and the copy are both put side by side, there will be massive contradictions. The only way they can prove this wrong is to release the certified copy of that judgment. Most likely, that judgment was not written by them. It wasn't written by them. And that is the reason why they can't come out with, because they are talking. They are only many of when they are delivered, when the judgment was being made, sometimes the judge will deviate from the reading, and then he will be talking like if he's giving his own opinion, his personal opinion now on it. All those ones are not written. So all this shows to the fact that there is no rule of law in that country. Nigeria, somebody spoke yesterday, and I listened attentively. He said Nigeria has a supreme commander. Yes, that's what we have. You just compare, you need to compare Nigeria with North Korea. See, look at the North Korea. If you had the opportunity to have seen the North Korea, the Communist Congress of North Korea, when their leader, their supreme commander comes in, you will see how all of them will stand up, and they will be clapping. That clapping can go on for 5, 6, 7 minutes, just clapping for the man. The man at a point, he will be telling them to stop. They won't stop for 5 minutes. They will continue to clap. You can relate Nigerian National Assembly now to that of North Korea. And they have a supreme commander. That is what we have in Nigeria. That is it. It is only a nation that has a supreme commander that the National Assembly, the people's representative, will stand up and be clapping for the leader, elected leader. We don't have an elected leader. Okay. Nigeria is just that's just what we are in that country. It's just unfortunate.
Thank you.
Then I will leave it at that now, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Your time not finished. Even though you didn't leave it at that, your time not finished. Your time not finished. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. And God bless you. Now, everybody on the panel have given their submission. I think we should move on right now to our final submission, so that some people have been waiting since interjection, and drag us come here. But meanwhile, I would like to go to give us a mandate. After give us a moderator, give us a mandate. If you are there, please, I want you to give us your final submission of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this. Thank you. Well, we can say that the drug baron operation in the Aso Rock actually will paint the Yoruba image bad. But one thing is the fact that we cannot remove the fact that as it stands today, is very regarded as a Nigerian, and then we have some Nigerians that actually enabled this evil that we see in this last election. I wish that the pastors, the imams, the traditional worshippers, the monarch, and everybody, we actually also stand against this evil, rather than probably try to give him a pat in the back by saying that he was ordained by God. Because we all, we are here today because we know that this guy did not win the election. He stole the election. We'll continue to speak today because we know that this guy actually does not represent us as Nigerians, but rather as an imposter. We know that this guy does not even stand for anything that has to do with our values, our culture, our heritage, but rather he rules by divide and rules means. So little wonder you see people go through the suffering they are going through in Lagos today as South Easterners, because they chose to vote for competence, character, capacity, and compassion. And so because they chose that route, their property is being demolished. And excuse me, hear people saying that, oh, the law is there and all that. Let me probably bring your mind to the fact that as a child growing up, I was able to probably help my father build a house from the scratch. Wet blocks from the foundation of that house to when the house was completed, and then before I came to the United States of America. And then every phase of that project, you will see the Omoniles show up, even though my dad has his documents. My dad will never ask them and say, I mean, I already have my document. Why are you guys troubling me? All they wanted is, oh, Oga, can you give us food? Because every time we go to that house, you either go there with food and everything, so they want to come and eat. Now, that's to tell you that there is no building. Now, considering those structures demolished in Lagos, none of them is a little building. Those are mansions. And I'm very sure that before those projects actually went up, people went there to go investigate those properties. Why all of a sudden the government did not tell them that, oh, you're building on the wrong land? But that man confirmed to us that this is racketeering. But more so, it is order from above. And when a Nigerian person tells you order from above, it came from Abuja. And who is in Abuja? The drug baron confirmed is in Abuja. The wife told you some months before the election that, oh, Ogun and Igbo are my journey. That means all of the wealth of Lagos, of Igbos, my Southwest brothers, my Southeast brothers and sisters, they're going to eat all of their inheritance. That is the evil that these people perpetrated against the common Igbo people. And so when we talk about Nnamdi Kanu not contesting for a governorship candidate in his own state, he just told you before he went to prison that the election will be rigged. Before the election this year, everybody got their PVC. We canvass for people here. If you don't have money, bring them here. We're going to pay for their transport fare for them to go get their PVC. They got their PVC. Nigerians did everything they needed to do for this election. But what do you see? Rather, Lai Mohammed, an old man from Kwara State, where my mother was from, Omuaron, or wherever he's from, told you in Washington, D.C., that when they saw how the election was going, they switched up beavers, old men in their old age doing evil against humanity. What more can Nigerians do? As a Nigerian, you don't have to move your property from anywhere. As a Nigerian, you can live anywhere. I served in the North. I lived in North for 1 year.
Give us our mandate. Now you say we are in-laws. So.
Only that God did not allow it. I was almost going to marry an Hausa lady from Toro local government in Bauchi State, where I served. I went to the family, went to the parents. That is how. See, if I stand for something, I stand for it. I'm not saying pat me on the back or sing my praise. No, that's just who I am. So when we speak, please let's speak truth to power. These people are being marginalized. And let me say this again. The Igbos are not scared of anything. They are only being cautious of the fact that if they intend to do anything today, it can crush the nation. And I can say that again. The Igbo man is not afraid of anything. They are only being careful that if they intend to do anything today, it can crush the nation.
Give us our mandate. God will bless you for that statement.
They can crush the nation. Don't dare an Igbo man. I live with them. I ate with them in the same place. My father was fortunate to house an Igbo person. It's just by the grace of God. See, whatever you have on this earth is the grace of God. Tinubu, remember, after all this shenanigan that you play today, remember, after all this thing that you do today, it is the hand is 6 feet. Yours cannot be more than 6 feet. They will not bury with your private jet. So please, Nnamdi Kanu said it, and we saw it in this election. Mr. CM, all well-meaning Igbos, I stand with you today, yesterday, today, and I'll be with you forever. I've seen the light in Peter Obi because he represents my value and my heritage, even though he's not a Yoruba person. And I'm against this man called Tinubu. I don't hate him. And if I speak with passion because he has come to destroy my heritage, what I stand for. But it will not have happened if people that we trust in did not enable him or enhance him. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Give us a mandate. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. If you try to destroy your heritage, nobody can destroy you. So what matters is about you. And that is what you are displaying right now. God bless you for that, my brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Please, guys, press on the like button. We are still here. I'd like to appreciate you, Guy Wanlele. May God bless you. Thank you so much for your acknowledgement and your support. Always. Thank you. Okay, let me come to Madarita. Madarita, thank you so much today. You really stay with us. You know, we don't take away Madarita, don't stay with us like this, Rich. Maybe for my own calendar, and I could not reach like 7 years or 10 years. You know?
Maybe like 100 years ago.
I beg that was 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis, again. And good evening to everyone again. We cannot be travel blind. We cannot be travel blind. And there's a quote that says ignorance is bliss. My own quote is ignorance cannot be bliss. Not in this time in our lives, not in the way Nigeria is being governed. You cannot afford to be ignorant. Anybody who is trying to speak like as if you don't know the entity we are talking about, or speak as if maybe there's some sort of rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan, again. Or you're trying to pretend like as if, oh, certain people are not marginalized. You are part of the oppressor, period. There's no mathematical equation about it. You are part and parcel of the oppressor. You're just trying to be subtle with your comments and forming ignorance. Let us make something clear here. If anybody builds your house above a canal or some sort of drainage, or you're building your house not in line with the original design of a city, you are violating the rules. It's obvious. It's obvious you're violating it. But in the context of what is going on now in Nigeria, what is going on now in Lagos, what has happened during the campaign prior to February 25th, what happened after February 25th, nobody right now can tell me that the Igbos were not nitpicked, they were not abused. In some cases, they killed some of them. Nobody can tell me that. So therefore, nobody can say that just because of what is happening right now with the demolition of houses, it is not tribal selective. It is tribal selective, for crying out loud. You know, when an evil person wants to operate, they will just mix maybe 3 or 4 different tribes, but 95% of what they want to really target is there. So when anybody complains, someone like me now is complaining or is bringing out these issues, another small minion or entity that is supporting them, that is part of the oppressor, will not say, oh, after all, there was one Fulani man's house that was also demolished. There was one Benin woman's house that was also demolished. That is the only thing they pick. Why are we so wicked? Why are we so wicked in our train of thoughts? Why? Why are we running away from issues that is bothering us? Why are we pretending to be tribal blind? You cannot be tribal blind. You cannot be tribal blind in Nigeria. You cannot be tribal blind. Wake up and smell the coffee. And ignorance cannot be bliss right now, because the internet is there. Mr. Najawat have been here for almost 2 years in this issue. One way or the other, you have been watching these issues. You have been seeing them in all the media houses. You have been seeing what's going on. And then you now come here and tell me that we are not seeing. What the hell is that? What the hell? What is going on right now is they are attacking the Igbos. Mr. Dr. CM, sir, you said something. You were specific on FHA, Federal Housing Authority. Listen, sir. Let me just explain so you have an understanding, and I'm sure you do. The Federal Housing Authority, FHA, was just a yardstick. They were used as a yardstick, as a tool. Let me use it as a tool, so that it will not seem like Sanwo-Olu is not part of this evil deed. That is just what it is. Sanwo-Olu is part of this conglomerate of wickedness. They now said, let it not be like people will not say, he's the governor of Lagos. Okay, let us bring Federal Housing Authority. You left Abuja. You left Abuja with all the illegal structures there. You left there. You now went all the way past Edo State, past Ondo State. You now entered Lagos. In fact, some part of Ogun State, Shagamu. You now entered Lagos. You now entered the Festac area. And I said, okay.
Even pass on your state.
Thank you. You know, they now passed all the way, Federal, all the way. You now came to Lagos. And you now went to a particular area. And I said, okay, listen, even the where Bodilon Avenue is being built is federal land.
Madam Rita.
It is federal land. So, excuse me, sir. No, please, I'm going somewhere. I don't want to be interrupted. So right now, what is really paining me is that I'm ready to face anybody that will tell me that it is not, what is happening in Lagos, it is not specific attack to the Igbos. Nobody can tell me that. We cannot be tribal blind, and ignorance cannot afford to be bliss at this moment. You cannot pretend to me that they're not nitpicking on the Igbo people. You cannot depict on anybody. You can't tell me that. It's very annoying because it's like somebody is playing on your intelligence. You cannot tell me now that they're not picking on the Igbo people. Okay, what happened during the election? That market, that market that was burned down, is it not the same useless Sanwo-Olu that came to that place to be begging them before the governorship election? Was it not saying, okay, they will build it? So you knew the people that destroyed those people's livelihood. You knew. You came there to apologize. Fake apology, and then you're saying that you will build it back. You knew what they were doing. You did not address the main issue. Let us be addressing the main issue. Stop going on the surface to say, give me money. Okay, I will compensate you. No. The reason why you committed that act is the evil-mindedness that you have, just to obliterate certain group of people. That is what we should be talking about. That evil mind that made you to do those acts. What made you do it? What ideology do you have about certain people? We should start addressing it at that. Listen, you're talking about demolishing land and houses, demolishing houses. Listen, after demolishing houses, they will not go for all the Igbo people. I am saying it. I said it. My name is Rita. They will go for all the Igbo people in Lagos that have executive positions, whether it's in the bank or whether it's in the public sector. As long as it's in the public sector, they will go after that. Trust me. When those people start to complain, we will hear it again. They're not just stopping in demolishing houses. They're not stopping there. They pass Abuja, pass Delta State, pass Edo. Although they pass Ogun or your state, and now they now wait to Lagos and say it's federal housing. Come on, man. Come on. Dr. CM. That's why I'm telling you, forget about, let's not even go about FHA. It's not about FHA. We know what is going on. So that Sanwo-Olu's name will not be put out there. And then there will be people in the site that will say, this is from FHA. Go and ask them in Abuja. It has nothing to do with Lagos government. That is the evil act. That is the evil act. Let us address it. And I believe the people know. I believe he knows it. He knows it. So please, Mr. Elvis, you have to give me at least 1 minute because many people have been interjecting. Some people have spoken for more than 45 minutes in the name of interjecting. So please, sir, I'm begging you and I'm appealing to those of you in the panel. Please bear with me. I have just 2 minutes. I just need to address certain things. And it's not rigging, sir, please. And this is not a joke. It's not rigging.
I beg for on behalf of her to please give her like 2 minutes.
It is not rigging. Please, I'm not joking here. With all due respect to you, sir.
Give her 2 minutes, please.
Yes, the last part is somebody said, I think Madam Ify was talking about, the Igbo should, they should go and develop their land. And
that mean you study he's like that too.
My sister, no, I am going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. You were saying that the Igbos, they should go and develop their land. I support that. And then somebody said, who is going to buy those products? Mr. Jonathan just gave expo. When you go into manufacturing, as a matter of fact, when the Igbos in the Southeast start manufacturing, it will benefit. It will open doors for the regions of the South. Because if some people don't want to travel all the way to the east, and then the Igbo man has a company in Edo State where he can be supplying what he has produced, the people from the Southwest will easily want to come to Edo State because the distance will be shorter. So if they are going back to the east, they should go into manufacturing, not import and export, because in CBD says something. You are still under a rule of this wicked hegemonial system, whereby the federal government still has power over your ports authority, and they will cheat you. So if Igbos want to move, it is good. And even if they move, trust me, these evil people, do you know what they will do? Agbado will gladly sign for Southeast Asians and Asians to take over the work of the Igbos in Lagos. The Vaswami brothers are there now. They've been doing underground work, dirty work for all this, allegedly, allegedly for all these people. So we know it. So the Igbo start thinking of manufacturing. There's raw materials in the South. There's a lot of raw material. You don't even need any import. There's a lot of raw materials there. The only thing we might need is maybe the manufacturing plant, all those things, just to set it up. So if we start manufacturing, it will benefit every one of us, and then we leave the small island. And when we have so much power economically, they will be forced, trust me, to open all the ports around us, including from Calabar down to Gelegele. Thank you very much.
I for say make you give Rita 1 minute of my time. Give Rita 1 minute of my time.
She don't finish now. She don't finish. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Madam Rita. Thank you very, very much.
Madam Rita, don't break table finish now. If Madam Ife constantly break the remaining table now they say she they talk. All right, let's move.
For me, I get one table where I won't bring up.
No, you don't use your minis, Morga.
Say I want to say my hold on.
But no time now. You don't use your minis.
Just give me 1 minute, I beg. Just 1 minute.
30
now,
seconds.
Rather than demolish those houses that were not even built on any illegal land in the first place. Now, all of those Magodo area, those people that live on the slum, why not go and help them and then relocate them to a better place?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I come back to the next person, we have Mr. Alex on the phone. Mr. Alex, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Nadiawash. Yes, I want to greet everybody on the panel. Those on the comment section, thank you so much. Mr. Nadiawash, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you're doing. For me, looking at what's going on right now, for me, I think, as a political philosopher for donkey years now, I think this is an avenue. Because Bini will say, when you are being pursued by an evil and you are running at a scatter in the forest, the evil is teaching you more to discover roads to your safe haven. So there is no better time to declare the Republic of Biafra just now if the Igbos were that united. You are chasing them from Lagos. You are destroying their buildings and businesses. What do you want them to do? Like somebody just said, for me, they are going to come for the Igbos in other areas. At the time, they might even stop admitting Igbo children in public schools, markets. These guys are that evil, this APC government, and some Yoruba bigots in the party with their election vengeance. So for me, there is no better time. If I wish the Igbos were really united, I wish we don't have the occulters of this world, we don't have the Opuds of Dima, or we don't have the saboteurs. There is no better time to carry the mic and declare the Republic of Biafra and declare an exodus of the Igbos towards the east. It has happened before, it needs to be done again. History can repeat itself. So for me, you are pushing me out of your house, a house that belongs to everybody, and you want me to go to my great-grandparents' house and it's still there empty. It's time to move. Think about it from that angle. It's time to, and nobody can blame them now if they move, if they hoist their flag, if they sing their own anthem, if they print their money, if they declare their territory. Nobody has anything to say just now because the whole world is watching. Everybody is watching. There's no governor who has condemned it. There's no prominent man who has condemned it. There's no royal father who has condemned it. People are quiet. Do not talk when the Igbo man discover another leader and he declare the Republic of Biafra. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, Mr. Alex. Thank you very much. All right. Let me come back to the panel again. Please, because we are working with time, everybody keep to your time because I'm already working with time now. I don't want to sleep here. I'm sorry.
Niger Watch, this is weekend. Just allow for, even if extra 1 hour, 30 minutes, please. This is
They
weekend.
They don't come.
Not true. This topic no be top already knack for 1 hour.
Yes, you don't even tell on the American version of the show now.
All right. Make una wait. Una know say you don't see why they do this job.
American version of the show, you don't think we don't do it now.
Man, I begin clap hand. Man, I begin clap hand first before I land. Make we rig it. We want rig and we want.
If you no clap, if you no clap, you no go talk.
This time why you clap come with this now. This one I rig you now they do so that's it.
Make we begin clap hand first.
I never have you talk now you the clap hand.
If you want chop inside, make you contribute.
If you no clap, Black Panther, you're not clapping. No.
I know here Jonathan they cry. Jonathan no they clap.
Is not clapping.
Olumide is not clapping. Olumide is not clapping.
Leave them, they not clap. They go bulldoze them come for here.
Don't worry.
All right. Okay.
Namigo moderator now.
All right now.
No clap. Namigo moderator. When I go see.
Yeah, American version of the show. What's that now?
Olumide clap hand though. Clap hand.
All right. Okay. What will happen right now is that I didn't see this coming. Okay. What I will do, I'll give you guys another session right now so that you guys can have opportunity to talk within yourselves. But before I will do that, so that I don't want Madaifi to be oppressed. I want Madaifi to give a submission after this, then I'll end this particular session, then we'll start a new one straight away. That's fine. Madam Ifi, please, if you're there.
I thought it was my turn.
No, I know we're not doing turn answer. You are part of the people that were clapping hand. So I'm giving you people.
I wasn't part of the, but you heard my hand clapping. give us the mandate to smoke.
Can we just go around first before we now start again? Maybe with the 5 minutes.
No, that will not work. I'm just going to leave the platform for every one of you now, but I want because we only have 2 women here. Madam, if you are available to speak right now, please let me know so that you can use your 5 minutes now. If not, I'll just let it round.
Yeah, you could have done it when Rita or
Okay, Madam, if he's not there, maybe she's willing to follow you guys on the round. So you guys, please let me take a 1 minute break to switch the platform. Thank you very much. And God will bless you now. Please press on the like button. Now, guys, seeing I push me for this one, so no wala. You guys press on the like button, my people. As we're gonna be here, only God know how long we're gonna be here for. But press on the like button, and God bless you now. Thank you.
Now go pay me tight, you. Now go pay me tight. Now they talking now.
If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go there, biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, eh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I don't need to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun nàbí o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí.